the amazing, incredible work that's happening at our C-Tech schools and how those schools have helped partner with us to ensure that our students are getting the right programs that they deserve. You have the floor.
Thank you, and welcome tonight. Welcome. Really, I wanted to introduce Mr. Brandon Smith, who is with GBRIA, the Greater Baton Rouge Industry Alliance, and he's going to tell you what he does for our schools.
Thank you, Martha. All right, good afternoon. So as Ms. Seeley mentioned, my name is Brandon Smith. I'm a director at the Greater Baton Rouge Industry Alliance. It's really a great honor to be here. Last year I was here to recognize one of the East Baton Rouge Parish schools for their participation in our Craft Workforce Development Awards. This year, we've got 4 of our EBR schools that participated in our awards program. So really great to see the growth and support of our school system and also our partners. So for a little bit of context, GBRIA is a trade association of all the petrochemical and heavy industrial facilities up and down the industrial corridor. Our organization focuses on things like safety, health, and security, craft workforce development, and public relations. The GBRIA Craft Workforce Awards program this year entered its 16th year, and we've seen tremendous growth over that time frame, not just in the number of participants, but also in the growth of the actual programs in our school systems. And so that's a critical component for our local area in providing our students with skill sets that they'll be able to take with them for the rest of their lives, but more importantly, be able to prepare them for careers in high demand, high wage jobs when they graduate, and be able to stay in Louisiana, and be able to stay in East Baton Rouge Parish. And so this year, we have 4 of our high schools that were recognized by our members. C-Tech, who did place in the excellence category, was nominated by ExxonMobil. Northeast, who placed in the merit category, was recognized by Triad Electric and Controls. Scotlandville, which placed in the recognition category, was nominated by ExxonMobil. And Estruma High School was placed in the recognition category and also nominated by ExxonMobil. And so the partnership between our members like ExxonMobil and our high schools is critical in being able to train the workforce of our future. So we really just congratulate the administrators, the principals, the CTE instructors at these schools for preparing the next generation of our citizens and our craft workforce folks here in our industry. So with that, I just want to extend that recognition to those schools on behalf of the members of GBRIA.
Thank you so much again for all the amazing work that you all do across our community. So, without further ado, can we have our school representatives from Estruma High School, Scotlandville High School, Northeast High School, and the EBR C-Tech School please come down? Okay. So, I know I am not as gorgeous as Ms. Carla Powell Lewis. However, because she isn't here tonight, we are going to present it on her behalf, and we thank each and every single one of you for the amazing work that you continue to do, not only throughout our schools, but also across our community. Thank you. Get a small picture with you. Thank you all again. Madam Vice President, Ms. Carla Powell Lewis has just entered into the building. I'll make sure to let the crowd know. I know I'm not as gorgeous as you. However, we want to make sure that we represented you well, and we want to make sure that we presented them with those awards. Yes, ma'am. However, you have one more award. 1 second. Next, we have the Shell Grant Award, which will be presented to T. Willis on behalf of Scotlandville Middle School. Is Miss Nouveau in the building? Navo, I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Navo,
Yes,
Coordinator
ma'am.
of Grants, and it's my pleasure to recognize Shell as a longtime supporter of EBR schools. Ms. Darlene Pugh is here on behalf of Shell USA to present the Shell Science Lab Grant to Tremel Willis, a teacher of ours from Scotlandville Middle Pre-Engineering Academy.
Thank you. So Dr. Narcisse, members of the school board, she said, I'm Darlene Pugh, and I am pleased to be in front of you. Shell has been awarding science grant scholarships awards to the local teachers for the last 6 years. And I will tell you, normally because my plant is located in West Baton Rouge, we've limited to West Baton Rouge. But this year we got creative, and what I was told is, Ms. Pugh, we've got this great teacher in East Baton Rouge. Are you willing to expand and allow them to compete? And so with great pleasure, I wanted to share that we expanded, and so going forward, the teachers that are close to the plant in East Baton Rouge will also be allowed to compete for these scholarships. At the elementary school level, they're worth $15,000, but at the middle school and high school, it's $20,000 for them to be able to use to enhance the development and delivery of science programs for their students. And so with that, it gives me great pleasure to award this year's certificate to Mr. Willis for the middle school level. So could we get it?
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Before you go,
And with that,
Madam-
we also have a banner.
Even
I
better.
have my, yes, so they can hang this in front of the school.
Where's April? Make sure we put this inside of our office, please, for all the board members.
Let's hold on and take a picture. We'll hold it. Yeah, we'll take a picture and hold it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And last but certainly not least, we have our amazing community partners from VIPS, our Volunteers in Public Schools, Partnership in Education. This will be, receiving this recognition will be Atmos Energy. Can we call Mr. Justin Lewis down? Mr. Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Dr. Narcisse, President Landers, members of the board. Of course, I'm Justin Lewis. I'm with Volunteers in Public Schools. And I'm excited here to honor one of our amazing community partners. Our Partners Education Program is where we work with businesses, organizations, groups, faith institutions to create some innovative ways to utilize their time, talent, and resources to address needs of our public schools. Throughout the year, our team meets with administrators, teachers, and staff to understand the needs of the school and go out into the community to find those needs to fit that specific school. Some partnerships opportunities that we have are mentoring opportunities for both our male and female students, student development opportunities with our Take the Lead program, and academic resources with our Build the Legacy program, which provide books to students to start their own at-home library. Tonight we have Dr. Kaya Simmons with Atmos Energy. Atmos has been an amazing community partner for us. They're really the ideal partner that we look for, and their dedication is shown through their work. Some of the things that Atmos has done for our public schools is provided the first book vending machine at Villa Del Rey Library to create an amazing experience for our students. They've also sponsored community gardens at Crestworth and Buchanan. They actually sponsor our reading bins for our Everybody Reads tutoring program, where our volunteers can have all the tools necessary to host their tutoring sessions. They've hosted multiple teacher appreciation events, multiple campus improvement projects. They've served as VIP's first day helpers. They continue to answer the call. Every time we call them, they answer and they show out. So I'm glad to honor Dr. Simmons here with Atmos Energy.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you all. Greetings, President Lannis and Dr. Narcisse, School Board Superintendent, and members of the board. It's good to see our partners in education and our friends and family from the school system. It's been a long time. My name is Dr. Kaya Simmons, as he said, and I'm Manager of Public Affairs for Atmos Energy. And it's been a joy to have this long-standing relationship with VIPS. We value what their work is and the structuring of their programs and the impact that they have on our East Baton Rouge Parish Public Schools tremendously, so much so that on top of the earmarked sponsorship of special programs and projects and our volunteer involvement, we also granted $30,000 to volunteers in public schools last year, and we intend to continue to invest in the longevity and sustainability of that organization. It's a unique organization in that their model is simple. It's the one-on-one relationships that they have with the students, as well as bringing in community partners and individual volunteers, which we think is just tremendous. And the numbers show that the results of the students at the end of the school year by their DIBELS testing is greatly improved by that relationship and that involvement of volunteers in public schools. We'd like to see them continue for another 30 years, which they've been in since 1981, and hopefully some expansion. But we're just happy to be here and be supporting them through our Fueling Safe and Thriving Communities vision. That's our outreach model, which children is one of the aspects that we support, whether it be literacy or childhood hunger. And, you know, we value investing in literacy because, again, just like the prior recognition stated, it provides a viable workforce for us for the future. And, you know, if the community isn't literate, then there's a facing of economic challenges as well as the workforce challenges. So thank you for having us, and we're happy to be here.
Thank you. Good deal. All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, we want to thank all of those who are recognized tonight, all of our amazing community partners who have focused in on a lot of the recognitions that are going on around our community, whether it is an award for recognition, an award for merit, or an award for excellence. We thank you. Without you, we could not do this work, and you make us a better community and a better school system. At this time now, we will take a 3-minute recess, and then we will start our regular board meeting.
You want to do it for him so we can get going? Yeah, okay, we'll do that. Good afternoon, community. We now welcome you to the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board regular meeting on this day, Thursday, October 19th, 2023. We will now begin our meeting with an invocation and pledge of allegiance. The invocation will be led by School Board member Nathan Russ, followed by make that School Board member Patrick Martin, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Cadet Major Jeremiah Campbell of Liberty Magnet High School, accompanied by Senior Army Instructor Colonel, retired Jonah M. Hughes. School Board member Patrick Martin, you have the floor.
Thank you. Apologize for my momentary tardiness. The LSU has been real big on AI and large language models, so I thought I'd ask ChatGPT to write our invocation this evening. Gracious and guiding Spirit, as we gather today for this school board meeting, we ask for clarity, wisdom, and mutual respect in our discussions. May our decisions always reflect our commitment to the growth, safety, and well-being of every student and staff member. Grant us the patience to listen, the courage to act justly, and the wisdom to choose what is best for our educational community. In our shared purpose, let us remember the importance of unity and the value of diverse perspectives. Amen.
That was Chat?
That was ChatGPT.
Thank you, Reverend Chat. Okay. You have the floor.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, President Lances, Dr. Narcissus, and esteemed members of the school board. It is my distinct honor to introduce you the face of Liberty Magnet High School Patriot Battalion. Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Jeremiah Campbell is a senior in his 4th year in our JRTC program. Currently, he serves as our battalion commander as well as the captain of our national competing state champion Raider team. He's also a senior member of our color guard team. This year will mark Cadets Campbell 4th time in a row winning our LET board and being present before you. And that's indeed an honor because he has stood before his peers in East Baton Rouge Parish competing year after year on leadership training. And there's a series of questions that is asked upon him and others, and he is made number 1 each year. Cadet Campbell currently takes 5 AP classes. He is an AP scholar, and he's a GPA is a 4.714, and his AT score is a 32. And he ranks 3rd in his graduating class. While at Liberty, he has participated in multiple clubs and activities, include Computer Science, Honor Society, and Student Ambassadors. Upon graduating high school, he will attend the United States Military Academy at West Point and major in law. Cadet Campbell is a model leadership and what it means to be a JRTC cadet. He demonstrates great character, and we as instructors can always trust him to complete any task and be in any leadership position no matter what. Ladies and gentlemen, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Jeremiah Campbell of Liberty Magnet High School.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Cadet Campbell, on behalf of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and our superintendent, I'd like to present you with this medal for all of the outstanding work that you've done and the service that you're going to give to our country in your future. But please don't go too close to the water. If you fall in, you'll never swim with all those medals. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Cadet Major, keep up the great work. You know, we heard of a 4.0. We never heard of a 5.0. So you keep it up. All right, moving right along. Madam. Call to order and roll call. Board members, if you're not logged into board docs, please do so now.
District 2, President Lannis.
Present.
District 3, Vice President Powell Lewis.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Chatelaine.
Here.
District 9, Mr. Martin.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Moving right along. Next, we have item B1, meeting minutes. Approval of the school board minutes of the August 17, 2023 and September 28, 2023 regular board meeting as published in the official journal. Can I get a motion? Moved by school board member Nathan Russ, seconded by Madam Vice President, Ms. Carla Powell Lewis. This time now, I'll turn to our board to see if there's any comment on this item. Seeing none at this time, I will now go to our community as a whole. By the way, if there's anybody who would like to speak on any item on tonight's agenda, please make your way to the atrium, get a pink comment card, fill it out, give it to Madam Secretary, and she'd be sure to get it to me. Okay? Seeing no names at this time, we come back to our board. Seeing no names inside of the queue, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving right along, we'll now go to item C for information only. I'm sorry?
Can we do that again?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Secretary, please call for the vote. Yes, ma'am, we may. It just came up, though, on the computers.
No, I think he's not in the queue, in the thing.
Okay, no problem. We can go ahead and do it. This time now, we're going to do a roll call vote. This is on item B1, meeting minutes.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 2, President Lannis.
Yes.
District 3, Vice President Powell Lewis.
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Yes.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Yay.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Chatelaine.
Yes.
District 9, Mr. Martin.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay. Now, moving right along to item C1, 1. This is for information only. First, we have monthly financial report. Ms. Lopez.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Narcisse. We're going to discuss tonight the district's first quarter financials. This will be inclusive of July through September of 2023. As of October 1st count submitted to LDOE, the total MFP count is 38,657 students. Now, as you know, that is the October 1 count. It will go through the LDOE SIS, and there will be verifications done, but that is the number that we counted. That is inclusive of all of our students, not counting our pre-K, because as you know, they are not funded by MFP. On the chart, you can see how the breakdown of elementary, middle, high, and our Type 1 charter schools. The total general fund staff by function is also included. As expected, teachers are our largest population. Above, you will note the major sources of revenue from the general fund. Currently, the district has collected approximately 14% of the proposed revenue for the year, and that's about typical for this time of the year. Your ad valorem taxes, you're receiving slight amounts right now. You will receive 85% of what you will receive in a full year as of January 15th. Your sales tax is 45 days in arrears. So that means basically so far this fiscal year, you've gotten about 6 weeks of sales taxes. So we're catching up. The district will continue on with the MFP. The MFP right now is being calculated on the February 2023 count because, as you know, until LDOE clears the October 1 count, we're basing our numbers on prior year. Indirect costs come in as reimbursements happen. As you know, you have to spend the money, submit the claim, and then receive the reimbursement from the funding agency, so that too takes a little bit. Above are the general fund expenditures for the first quarter. As expected, salaries, benefits, and charters are your 3 largest expenses and will remain so through the vast majority of the fiscal year. Currently, the district is at 19% of total expenditures for the proposed budget. Special revenue financials, again, this is inclusive of your Prop 1, Prop 2, Prop 3. As stated before, your sales tax is 45 days in arrears. As these 3 are completely sales tax based, we're catching up. You haven't gotten all your revenues yet. ESSER, Title I, and your non-major grants, as we stated with the indirect cost for general fund, we're waiting for the reimbursements, and until we get reimbursements, we don't get indirect cost. Currently, the district is at an average of 15% of the total expenditures budgeted for your special revenue funds. Proposition 1, you're going to see a little bit more movement as we continue on with Brownsfield and the building of Baton Rouge Visual. So this is just an overall summary for you. So your revenues, general fund, you've collected 14%. As for most of them, you've collected about 14%. Your grants, you're still waiting. So your ad valorem will come in January. Your sales tax is 45 days in arrear, and we are waiting on state and federal reimbursements. Our goal is about 25% a quarter. That's how I kind of look at it. General fund, you're at 19%. All of your others, you're falling anywhere about 15%. So we're on track for the year right now, as with the proposed budget of 23-24. Any questions?
Okay, board members, at this time, if anybody would like to ask a question, I ask that you please enter the queue. However, we will have to limit our time to 3 minutes, and you can only speak once if you have a question, as we have a room that is packed tonight with some concerned citizens and also people who want to get some other information about other items. So, this time now, I'll turn to the queue. Give everybody a few minutes if they have any questions. I guess, Ms. Lopez, you gave a thorough presentation.
Thank you
Seeing
so
no
much,
name
sir.
inside of the queue, we'll keep it going right along. Okay? At this time now, is there any information on personnel changes? I see you in the queue, School Board Member Goday. 1 second. All right, seeing no one come to the front for personnel changes, I will now go to School Board Member Michael Goday.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted, again, to highlight we're now getting some new information in the form of charts and things like that are very informative, and I appreciate our HR department putting that together. And I also wanted to remind everyone, you know, we had a big push and lots of publicity around the lack of bus drivers and that sort of thing. I just don't ever want anyone to lose sight of the fact that we still have teacher vacancies as we go through this. We still have classrooms with substitutes and those sorts of things. So I know there's been a lot of work being done to try to hire teachers and do this, and the HR department has done a good job. In fact, I think we're better off this year than we've been in the past 5 or 6 years on that item. But I just don't want the fact that we're still short of teachers and that we're still hiring teachers to get lost in the shuffle. If you're a teacher with a CDL license, that's even better. But we still need teachers. So I just don't want that to get lost. Thank you.
Thank you, Schoolmember Gode, which brings me to our next part, which we'll go a little bit outside of the scope of what's on our agenda right now. I'm going to call for a point of personal privilege. As I said before in the past, when we went through our transportation updates, I said that every regular board meeting, until we get through this entire situation, I just want to make sure that we can always give some updates to our community as a whole. So this time now I'm going to call down Mr. Calvin Ridgely to give us a quick update on everything that's happening in transportation. You came dressed to impress tonight, my brother.
Thank you. Good afternoon, guys. So real quick on the staffing. Our next scheduled class is October the 30th, and in that class we'll have 17 candidates being trained to acquire their CDL. Maintenance has fixed roughly 25 buses this week with the help of vendors Kentworth and Pit Stop, who have been embedded in the maintenance department for about 2 months now. Spoke with the superintendent about this past Friday about acquiring new buses, so he and I are in talks to acquire roughly 100 buses with his blessing. The most exciting part about today is this week we started 2 collection points.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure we're clear. With the board's blessing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There was no shade there.
But I will ask.
Thank you. We started 2 collection points today, one at the Goodwood Library and one at Southeast Middle. The parents were very excited about that. So we're excited about that, and we encourage all school leaders to work with transportation so we can have more collection points.
And if I could also add to myself and Mr. Ridgely today met with the National Guard with their final report. We'll be submitting that to the board. It'll have a lot of data metrics. They worked with us on processes and also HR. We found today that we were able to, with some of the processes that have already been put in place, to cut the amount of time that it actually takes for a turnaround for a bus to be fixed. I don't have those exact numbers, but we'll be able to share that with the board. We can also share that with the public. It's very detailed. It's very detailed, all the data metrics, so we will share that with the board. But I do believe that the General Hagan, and then we're going to have an executive summary that we'll be able to share publicly.
Correct.
First, let me say thank you, Mr. Ridgely, for this update. First up inside of the queue, the only name in the queue is School Board Member Patrick Martin. You have the floor.
Superintendent answered my question. I can't remember, Superintendent, did y'all provide the data that I requested about how much money we've spent on buses in the emergency kind of thus far? I don't remember if you did or not.
Yes, I did.
You did? Okay, great. Thank you. I hadn't gotten to that point in my inbox yet. Thank you.
Completely understand.
All right, seeing all the names side of the queue, thank you again, Mr. Ridgely. As you always state, you came forth, you gave us some great updates, and I'll just take something out of School Board Member Gode's back pocket. We can't let great get in the way of good, and we can't let good get in the way of better. We started this process off on a shaky scale. However, it has gotten better, and every single time we come in here every month, it's progressively getting better. So my hat goes off to you. Continue doing the great work, and make sure you continue to keep those updates coming. We thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, moving right along. Next, we have item D1, receive as information only. These are updates from the superintendent. Dr. Narcisse, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Lannis. What a great week it's been for our kids. This week we celebrated for Center for High School Success, where out of 164 schools, Tara High School was the #1 school in the country that was able to get 9th grade performance, where 9th graders completed 90% of completion rate. Super excited about that. Also, and not just only Tara, but the progression that's happened across the entire school system with all of our high schools. We started off 2 years ago at 59%, and now 82% of the school system's children are matriculating to the next grade without failing a class. And so we're super excited about the progress that's happening. I wanted to just highlight a few things. We are celebrating during the month of October with the theme, Be Kind to Your Mind. This campaign amplifies the message that together we can break the chains of drug abuse to build a brighter and healthier tomorrow. We encourage everyone to wear the familiar red ribbons as they aim to inspire us to protect our loved ones, nurture our communities, and promote a world of kindness to others and ourselves. And that is led through our Eye Care Red Ribbon Month. So we appreciate Eye Care for their work. The second thing I wanted to highlight was EBR Foundation donations. Our district's foundation has also worked tirelessly to advocate on behalf of our students, securing over $200,000 in donations and pledges just this school year. Let's give our foundation a hand for doing that. This funding will go directly towards our classrooms, STEM programs, C-Tech, esports, which is just blowing up all over the place. Kids love esports. And we'll also support our partnership with the YMCA Out of School Time program. We're excited to share more details about these contributing groups and many more grant applications next month. And number 3, Teresa Porter, are you here? I'd like to make a little bit of an announcement. Well, it's not really little, but Project Seed Grant. EBR has received a tremendous $13 million seed cluster grant aimed at reducing achievement gaps, improving SPS scores, and implementing unique programs for the whole child needs. Over 5 years, this money will fund professional development and coaching, equipment and supplies, the development of a diversity curriculum, and so much more. This grant allocation is specifically awarded to Twin Oaks Elementary, Glasgow Middle, and Mr. Blue, one of your favorite schools, Broadmoor High School. I'm going to allow Miss Teresa Porter to talk while I go get the check.
I'm going to help you since it's so big.
Okay. So, good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Narcisse, and the community. I would like to introduce Mr. Elon Nash. He is the Director of Choice and Improving Programs from the U.S. Department of Education. He is joining us virtually, and he will discuss, he is responsible for administering discretionary grant funds and technical assistance that offer quality educational experiences for parents to find the right education option for their children. Okay, so maybe we're having a little technical difficulty. For right now, we'll just take the picture.
Any teachers that are, or anybody, teachers, executives, that you guys come up as well? It's a team effort. I get it.
And so, board members, we will have a presentation under new business about the grant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
President Lannis, that is my report.
Okay, thank you. $13 million invested back into our school system from the U.S. Department of Education. Can we please give another round of applause? That is tremendously amazing. Moving right along, we'll go to item F, presentation, magnet survey report. This is a magnet survey report. Ms. Thomas and Ms. Porter.
Good evening, Board. Good evening, Dr. Narcisse. My name is Elizabeth Thomas. I am the recruiter for Magnet Programs, and I am pleased to present our data on the recent Magnet application survey. Now, the reason we're here tonight is because on April 20th, we did vote on the resolution to have the adoption of a resolution instructing the superintendent to conduct a parent-guardian satisfaction survey based on the application period from last school year. So that is exactly what we have done. We created a survey with this goal in mind and this mission. We wanted to provide an equitable, race-neutral magnet application access and provide an efficient application process to better our customer service. So the mission was to use that data so that we are able to implement better practices for our application periods henceforth. We administered this only to those who actually applied for a magnet seat last school year during the 2022-2023 school year. And that was a total of 4,696 recipients. So we used a service called MailChimp to mass distribute this survey to all these individuals. We kept it anonymous. We only collected those emails from the magnet application portal, plugged it into the system, and then they distributed that information. What was really cool about this particular program that we used was that it let us know exactly how many people opened the email, how many clicked the link after reading the email, and the email is actually attached there, and how many people were able to complete the survey is based on what we found from the Google Doc itself. Google form, my apologies. As you see, the majority of our recipients of this survey and the ones who actually took this survey had students in a dedicated magnet, with those also being in a magnet within a traditional program. And then you can see all the statistics for all the different other options that those students could have attended for this particular school year. We asked them if they had a child that did not attend or did not select a magnet program this year, what was the reason that best describes why. As you see, 64% said it was not applicable, so that indicates to me that they were able to get in, or they were not selecting one of these options that were offered on that survey. 22.3% selected that their children were not accepted. Next question being, why have you chosen to apply for a seat in the magnet program? As you can see, an overwhelming 78% selected the quality of instruction, and not far behind would be diversity of the magnet school enrollment. As we can see, the majority of people applied during our priority pool, which is the first application period that you are able to apply. Last year, it began on October 3rd and ended on December 2nd. And 75.5% said that they were satisfied with the application beginning in October. 16.8% wished that it would not begin as early as it does. And 7.7% actually wish that it would have begun earlier regarding the application process. How many years have you submitted a magnet application? So 37%, this was their very first time to submit an application. This data was particularly important to me because it lets me know overall how many people took this survey that have only ever applied this one particular time. So I really paid attention to that particular bit of information. 42.9% said that they have applied 1 to 3 years. How easy or difficult was it to find the information about the application process on the Magnet website? 37.7% stated that it was very easy. 31.1% said it was easy. 20.5% said that they really were kind of indifferent toward that. And then 8.8 and 1.8 said it was either difficult or very difficult. Overall, how satisfied were they with the Magnet application process? 34.4% were very satisfied, 37.4% were satisfied, and that 8.1% was very unsatisfied. And these are the demographics that we asked. This was completely optional. They did not have to disclose this information. Obviously, the whole survey was anonymous, but if they chose to disclose this information, this is what we have based on that. And that concludes my presentation. Does anyone have any questions?
School Board Member Nathan Russ.
Hey, Ms. Thomas. So had a few comments and a couple questions too. So because I originated this item and the board approved it, I was able to work with Ms. Thomas and our superintendent on developing our survey here, and I want to thank them for the work that they did. They're very patient because I'm very specific. But I wanted to make sure that the intention was to get good information to our board about the Magnet application process. We are able to see, as you can see in some of this data, we're able to extrapolate some things about who is applying to our Magnet schools in general. But the aim was to consider how is the process that we're using for our students to apply to Magnet schools. I don't have it in the backup, but I want to make sure that we get the full data to the board of the survey, because I want to point out some parts of the survey asked for long form answer, and there's some really interesting and valuable data in some of those long form answers, some of which I wanted to call out. I'm not going to be really long-winded, but there are some interesting points in here. Some of these I quote, was there anything difficult about the application process? After being accepted, finding out what needed to be done to not miss out on the spot. There was no guidance. The limited time to accept Magnet paperwork and the requirements to make an appointment, hand in person, not being able to mail it in, et cetera, makes it seem extremely elitist. I was unaware that there's multiple times to apply. I feel that this should be more advertised. Now, keep in mind, I'm focusing on some maybe negative feedback. There was also positive feedback. And I was excited to see how many responses we got in such a short time, that we did receive a lot of good feedback about the process, which tells us there are some things that are working, but I think we don't want to miss the forest for the trees, that there are some things that we can improve, which is what I hope to figure out as part of this. So what I asked our superintendent to do with this data and with our team is to come back to us and tell us, using this data, what are some recommendations that can be made around the magnet application process to make it more transparent, more accessible, because I feel that that we are still, missing kids in this process. I also want to, point out that we passed this item in April, and we're now receiving this information in October. This was passed to be an annual process, so I'd like to ask that we figure out a more efficient means that we can make sure this happens after the next magnet application process, that we have a survey ready to go, mounted, so that we can get this in a more efficient way. Because I think that for us to be able to use this well, right, we need to get it done efficiently. And unfortunately, our magnet application process for this year has already started. So we can't really do much with this data today. So all that long-winded to say thank you for your work on this. I encourage my board members to really read through this data and read through a lot of the responses so you can understand some of the challenges that we still have in our enrollment. Thanks.
Thank you, School Board Member Russ. Next, we have School Board Member Vice President, Ms. Carla Paul Lewis.
Thank you so much, Ms. Thomas, for sharing. My question is in regards to the slide that asks how many years have you submitted a magnet application? And I was just wondering how clear was the data or the response, or how clear were the details in the question? Because when I see that someone has applied more than 9 years, my question is it because they have more than one child that has been in the application process? What would cause them to apply so many times? You know, considering that generally a child goes to elementary, middle, and high school, so that means about 3 times, maybe 4, as far as an application is concerned. But to see that they may have applied 7 to 9 years or more than 9 years leaves question.
Absolutely, and I do see where that would stand out. In the original draft of the survey, we did include a question that asked how many students they currently had in the magnet program. And it was suggested that that might remove some of that anonymity that from that particular survey taker. So we felt that it was better collectively as a team to remove that question from there. I too would also like to dive deeper into that. And as Mr. Russ stated, we can look at those specific responses to some of those long form answers to look at that. And I do want to say that we have taken a lot of that feedback already into consideration for this application period. The new system that we're working with is very quick to respond to us whenever we have something that we would like to change. And we have, so thank you so much for helping us work on this particular survey, because we were able to use that data to better those practices.
And one more question, my other is, with us being in the magnet application time period right now, is this survey like an automatic feedback or availability? Let's say when a person applies, do they automatically receive the link to be able to complete this survey? You know, like when, pretty much like when we take care of other things and or we talk to an operator or what have you, or complete something online, then the next step is that you receive the survey. Is that the process?
It is not currently. That is a great idea for us to consider in moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have School Board Member Michael Goday.
Yes, just very briefly. You mentioned, and it jogged my memory, that I just wanted to highlight the fact that we have a brand new system operating this year to drive the magnet application process. Could you just give us a 30-second snapshot of how that system is better and what has changed?
Absolutely. So one
Thank
such
you.
improvement has been their quick response time. Anytime that we've had something come up that has been a glitch in the system or a concern from one of our magnet coordinators who are processing the application, concern from our inside our office or within the community, they have been very quick to respond to us and solve those problems. Another really great improvement that has been exciting for us is that you no longer have to submit anything in person. You can actually sign your signature page on the application itself, which has been a really great improvement. And we actually got that feedback from this survey as well. So we're really excited about this process. There have been some things to work out along the way, but it's overall is a much better user-friendly system.
That's all your questions? Okay. Thank you, School Board Member Goday. Seeing no other questions at this time, we thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I'm now going to go back to item E1, reports from board appointees to committees and agencies. Are there any board members who have any information they would like to give from their boards or respective boards that they're on? Okay, seeing none at this time, we'll keep it kicking right along. At this time now, we will go to item G, unfinished business. This is item G1, professional service contract. This is for consideration of a request to authorize the superintendent to enter into a professional service contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and an appropriate and qualified firm in the amount of not to exceed $95,000 to provide a review of the board's fiscal policies and practices for both the general fund and special revenues, to include interviews with board members and key stakeholders a board workshop focused on the fiscal year 2023 budget and collection of public input, and make recommendations to streamline the board's operating procedures in a way as to increase financial transparency, accountability, meaningful public engagement, and long-range budget planning, as well as to extend possible, assist with, to the extent possible, assist with the initial implementation of those policies and procedures such that may be approved and adopted by the board. Funding source, general fund. Can I get a motion?
Defer that item to the next committee of the whole meeting next month.
Okay, so we have a motion to defer to the next committee of the whole meeting for November. Do we have a second? Seconded by School Board Member Vice President, Ms. Carla Powell Lewis. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there anyone like to speak? I see coaches in the queue. You have the floor, Coach.
Patrick Mike was hot. He beat me to the point.
Okay, no problem. Okay, seeing no other names in the queue at this time, we'll keep it kicking right along. 1 second. Okay, seeing no comment cards to speak on this item at this time, we'll come back to our board. Give everyone a few seconds in case they want to speak. Seeing no names inside of the queue, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote.
And again, that vote was to defer to our committee of the whole for November.
President Lannis, can we roll call?
Yes, ma'am, we may.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 2, President Lannis.
Yay.
District 3, Vice President Powell Lewis.
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Yay.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Yay.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Yay.
District 7, Mr. Gode. District 8, Ms. Chatelain.
Yes.
District 9, Mr. Martin.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you again, Madam Secretary. At this time now, we will go to item G2, Policy Revision DC, Annual Operating Budget. Consideration of a request for the approval of a Policy Revision DC, Annual Operating Budget, Strategic Alignment, Operational Excellence. Can I get a motion? Moved by School Board Member Nathan Russ, seconded by School Board Member Patrick Martin. Okay, at this time now, I'll see if there's any names in the queue for our board. I'll give everyone a few seconds in case they need it to speak on this item. Seeing none at this time, I'm sorry. You're in the queue.
I just wanted to, if I remember we had a discussion about this item 2 weeks ago, but if somebody from staff could, superintendent or the general counsel could kind of explain briefly what we're doing and what changes we made from last week, 2 weeks ago rather.
Yes, sir. I'll take care of that. So this is Policy DC, annual operating budget. Following a discussion by board members, raised some concerns and questions, and also made some good suggestions at our COW. We further revised this policy to remove any language referencing the equitable funding until we can come up with more detailed definition of what that means. We also included information that references our other policies on procurement limits, as well as purchasing and bid quotation requirements. So all of that has been referenced as a further limitation on the authority granted in this policy, and those revisions will be effective upon adoption of the board.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Chairman, where are we with that language?
I'm sorry, Mr. Lewis.
Where are we with that language?
Which language are you referring to?
Equitable
The
funding.
equitable funding?
Yes.
So there's no, following the discussion last meeting, there is no legal definition. That's something we're going to have to work with the board. I believe the suggestion of the board members was to sort of look at further revisions later once we can come up with a definition that board members could be agreeable to. And so my understanding is we have a policy person who handles this for us. We're going to talk about ways to maybe work with the board to develop a working definition of equity or equitable funding and then bring that back to you guys for consideration.
Maybe best practices around the country?
We
Can
can
we take a
look
look at some of those?
Yes, sir, we can look at that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments in the queue, we will now turn to comments from the public. Seeing none, we now return to the board. Comments from the board. Okay, we will now receive a vote.
Please vote.
You may have to get out and get back in. Can we roll call?
1 second. Okay. See if it's in there. Yeah, roll call.
District 1, Mr. Blue?
Yes.
District 2, President Lannis?
Yay.
District 3, Vice President Powell Lewis?
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart? District 5, Mr. Lewis?
Yay.
District 6, Mr. Russ?
Yay.
District 7, Mr. Gode?
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Chatelain?
Yes.
District 9, Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Right, I caught a little Frank Sinatra there. Moving right along to item G3. Policy revision, EBBC, emergency crisis management. This is consideration of a request for the approval of a policy revision, EBBC, emergency crisis management, strategic alignment, operational excellence. Can I get a motion? Moved by School Board Member Nathan Russ, seconded by School Board Member Patrick Martin. Okay, I'll go to the queue, see if we have any names. Seeing no names in the queue at this time, I will give our board members a few seconds or moments to, in case they want to still get in. Okay, seeing at this time, I will now go to our general public. As I look through at cue card, seeing none at this time, if there's anyone that would like to speak on any item on tonight's agenda, please make your way to the atrium, grab a pink cue card, fill out your information, give it to Madam Secretary. She'll be sure that I get it, and I will call on you. But seeing no names for this item at this time, we come back to our board. Okay, School Board Member Nathan Rush, you're in the queue.
This is just maybe a semantics thing, but I'm looking at the backup, and I see a document, EBBC Emergency Crisis Management 2023. Is that the previous version? Okay.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry. We kept the previous version up so that the public could see the difference in the new one.
So I think it may just be an error, but the revised that's in the backup for this is actually from the previous item. So I don't have the revised version in front of me here in the backup that I can see.
It's probably an error. Let me double check that. Yeah, it looks like policy DC was uploaded in place of the correct policy. So we could, I could actually speak to this. There's no revision required of this statute. Can I speak to that real quickly?
Please, yeah.
It'll probably
Sure.
solve the problem.
Yeah.
So the concern raised at the COW was about the protection from civil and criminal liability aspect of it. No revision was required of the policy. Essentially, after doing some research, determined that one of the legislative acts of the 2023 legislative session, the statutory language in those revisions creates that liability protection. So I think Mr. Martin kind of raised a question to make sure to research it, to make sure there was no language needed to be added to this policy, to make sure that that information was correct, so we were able to confirm that that is granted in the legislative statute. So no revisions were needed.
So there was no revision?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that conclude your questions? All right, thank you, School Board Member Russ. Seeing no other names in the queue at this time. Madam Secretary, wait 1 second. Okay, Madam Secretary, we're having some technical difficulties with one of the computers still, so if you could please do a roll call vote.
Mr. Lannis, the maker was Mr. Russ and Mr. Martin.
Yes, ma'am.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 2, President Lannis.
Yay.
District 3, Vice President Powell Lewis.
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Yay.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Yay.
District 7, Mr. Godey.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Chatelain.
Yes.
District 9, Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving right along, we'll move on to item G4, policy revision, GBRIB, sick leave. This is a consideration of a request for the approval of a policy revision for GBRIB, sick leave, strategic alignment, operational excellence. Can I get a motion? Moved by School Board Member Nathan Russ, seconded by School Board Member Mark Ballou. Okay, this time now, I'll give my board colleagues an opportunity or a moment in case they want to enter into the queue. I see we have School Board Member Patrick Martin. You have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Shamlin, could you kind of summarize the tweaks that were made to this policy since the COW?
Yes, sir. So following the committee of the whole discussion, we looked at the language addressing religious functions for an employee's faith, and we had that deleted or removed. We determined after discussions with the Office of Human Resources that the 2 days of absence are allotted within the current days, and it's not required as any additional information is needed by staff to submit to acquire the leave for those days. Language specifying that employees may submit their request via the district's identified platform, digital platform, that's been added throughout the statute to clarify that a person does not need to come in personally to submit that information. They can do it through the digital platform. Language clarifying that emergency leave may be submitted via the district's digital platform has also been added. And if approved by the board, those changes will be final.
Thank you. I'm sorry, is that it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I just one question, just so make sure I understand. So I see that under the heading sick leave for emergencies at the bottom of page 2, top of page 3. At the top of page 3, it's just that this revision now strikes any reference to attendance at religious functions of the employee's faith not to exceed 2 days. We're not actually taking any leave away from anybody with this. We're just making it like that's just regular sick leave or whatever that they're taking, no special certification requirements, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And where would I find that they can take 2 days of sick leave for religious observance?
Well, it's not stated anywhere in policy. It would not be stated anywhere else in policy. The staff is allotted so many days of sick leave and I believe 2 days of personal leave.
Okay.
And so they didn't get those additional days. It's part of the days you're already allotted. We're just removing the requirement that if you want to take those days for religious purposes, you have to submit any information to verify that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, School Member Martin, does that conclude your question? Yes, sir. Okay. Seeing no other names inside of the queue at this time, we'll now turn to general public. See one second. Seeing no cue cards for this particular item, we will now come back to our board. Seeing no name inside of the queue, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. Okay, now please vote.
Should be good now, huh? No, she got a new computer. There we go.
Oh. I think I know what's wrong. District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 2, President Lannis.
Yay.
District 3, Vice President Powell Lewis.
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Yes.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Yay.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Yay.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Chatelain.
Yes.
District 9, Mr. Martin.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. At this time now, we'll move on to item G5, litigation, consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation from Gwen Shamlin, General Counsel, East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, in the matter of Dr. James C. Finney versus Dr. Cito J. Narcisse, docket number 733531, section 24, 19 JDC, State of Louisiana. Can I get a motion? Moved by School Board Member Shoshone Stewart, seconded by School Board Member Mark Ballou. Okay, this time now I'll go to the queue. Seeing no names inside of the queue, I'll give my board members a few moments in case they want to speak. Seeing School Board Member Patrick Barton, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'd like to suggest we go in, I'd like to move that we go into executive session to discuss this briefly.
Okay. So just for the record, it'll be two separate items for the same defendant. So just want to make sure that that was understood. There'll be a later item inside of from the new business, there'll be a later item.
Right. This is the litigation over the public records request.
Yes, sir. I was just making sure you knew the difference. Okay.
Yes, and I would like to discuss that briefly in executive session, hopefully not long.
Yes, sir. Approved.
Yeah, you have to take a vote
on that.
Right. I was just making sure that we're good. That's why I looked at you. Okay. So, do we need a second for the executive session?
You need a second, and you need a vote of 6 to approve.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor for executive session by School Board Member Patrick Martin. Do we have a second? Seconded by School Board Member Cliff Lewis. Right? Because it is a new motion, we would we can't discuss it on the floor.
Yeah.
But we're only discussing whether or not to go into executive session. So yeah, okay. We'll come back to the board for comment, seeing no names in the queue. We'll now go to the general public. Seeing no cue cards for this item, we come back to our board. Madam Secretary, please call for the vote. Again, for the record, we need 6 votes in order to enter into executive session.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 2, President Lannis.
Yay.
District 3, Vice President Powell Lewis.
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Yay.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Yay.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Yay.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Chatelain.
Yes.
District 9, Mr. Martin.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, we ask our general public to please be on standby as we will enter executive session. We'll be right back. Right. Okay, I now call the executive session to an end. We now address the item back on the floor for item G5, litigation, consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation from Gwen Shamlin, General Counsel, East Baton Rouge Parish School Board in the matter of James C. Finney versus Dr. Cito J. Narcisse, docket number 733531, section 24, 19th JDC, State of Louisiana. We had a motion by School Board Member Shoshone Stewart, seconded by School Board Member Mark Ballou. At this time now, we will go to our board for public comment. I'll give our board members a second in order to comment on the motion on the floor. Seeing none at this time, I will now come to our general public. Seeing no comment cards on this item at this time, before we move forward, I would ask anybody inside of the general public right now or inside of the room that would like to speak on any item to please make your way to the atrium, grab a pink comment card, fill it out, give it to Madam Secretary. She'll be sure that I get it. Okay, at this time now, seeing no public comments, we come back to our board. Seeing no names inside of the queue. Give us 1 second. Madam Secretary is assisting with a technical problem. Okay, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote.
5G. Litigation. That's okay.
Okay, now please vote. It should be up now, huh? District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 2, President Lannis.
Yay.
District 3, Vice President Powell Lewis.
Yes.
District 5, Ms. Stewart.
Yay.
District 6, Mr. Lewis.
Abstain.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Yay.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Nay.
District 8, Ms. Chatelain.
Yes.
District 9, Mr. Martin.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Moving right along, we will now entertain our consent agenda, which is item H1, which will be read into the record by School Board Member Ms. Shoshone Stewart.
Consent agenda H1, consent vote. The following items are to be approved as part of the consent agenda and are considered to be routine and will be enacted with one motion. There will be no separate discussion of items unless a board member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered as an item on the regular agenda for a separate vote preceding the last item of the regular agenda. 2, grant Joe Burrow Foundation Do Good consideration of a request for the acceptance of the Joe Burrows Foundation Do Good grant in the amount of $14,856 for a tutoring program at Twin Oaks Elementary targeting 3rd and 4th grade students. Strategic Alliance Student Achievement. 3, grant Louisiana Department of Education CCAP B3 consideration of a request for the acceptance of the 2023-2024 Louisiana Department of Education CCAP B3 grant in the amount of $4,353,360 to expand access to early child care seats for infants to 3 years old. Strategic Alignment Student Achievement. 4, Memoranda of Understanding, Early Childhood, consideration of a request for the approval of a Memoranda of Understanding with selected Type 3 early learning centers to expand seats for infants to age 3, children with the Child Care Assistance Program, CCAP Birth to 3 grant, Strategic Alignment, Student Achievement Funding Source, CCAP B3, Louisiana State General Funds. 5, Professional Services Contract, Louisiana Association of the Deaf Focus, consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Louisiana Association of the Deaf, doing business as Deaf Focus in the amount of $30,000 to provide sign language services, Strategic Alliance, Exemplary Customer Service, Funding Source, General Fund. 6, professional services contract, Infrastructure Incorporated. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Infrastructure Incorporated, Canvas, in the amount of $34,768 to provide an instructional technology platform for professional development and resources, strategic alignment, employee development, funding source, general fund. 7, professional services contract, Attune Education Partners, LLC. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Attune Education Partners, LLC, in the amount of $120,000 to create a multi-year strategic plan for IDEA Public Schools, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, strong school system strategic planning initiative. 8, professional services contract, Baton Rouge Youth Coalition. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Baton Rouge Youth Coalition in the amount of $1.5 million for students to participate in career readiness programs, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, general fund. 9, contract ethics, consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and ethics in the amount of $30,960 to provide athletic shoes and apparel to select schools. 10, property appraisal, Woodlawn High, consideration of a request for authorizing their superintendent and staff to purchase an appraisal of property adjacent to Woodlawn High. 11, new job descriptions, considerations of a request for the approval of the following new job descriptions as referenced in the document, new job positions, strategic alignment, operational excellence. 12, policy revision, BCBK, executive sessions, consideration of a request for the approval of policy revision, BCBK, executive sessions, strategic alignment, operational excellence. 13, policy revision, DID audits, consideration of a request for the approval of policy revision, DID audits, strategic alignment, operational excellence. 14, policy EBCB, video, audio monitoring of school board property, consideration of a request for the approval of new policy EBCB, video, audio monitoring of school board property, strategic alignment, operational excellence. 15, policy revision, GBRIC, maternity and adoptive leave, consideration of a request for the approval of policy revision, GBRIC, maternity and adoptive leave, strategic alignment, operational excellence. 16, consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation from Gwen Shamlin, General Counsel, EBR Parish School Board, in the matter of Gregory Payne versus East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, Berkeley Insurance Company, and Lance L. Patterson, suit number 637114, Division D, 19 JDC, Parish of EBR. And that's it. Also move.
Thank you. Can I get a second? Seconded by School Board Member Patrick Martin. Okay, at this time now, I ask if there are any board members who would like to pull any items, please enter the queue. I will call on you for those items to be pulled. Coach Lewis, you're in the queue.
I'd like to pull the item for the Baton Rouge Youth Coalition.
Yes,
Just
sir.
more discussion needed.
Yes, sir. 1 second. All right, thank you. Let me speed it up. All right, so that's item 8 that has been pulled to be discussed as a standalone item. Next, we have School Board Member Shoshone Stewart.
I would like to pull item 9, the contract with ethics, for it to stand alone as well.
Yes, ma'am. So we have item 8, professional service contract with Baton Rouge Youth Coalition, and item 9, contract ethics, that have been pulled to be discussed separately as standalone items. Are there any more pulled items at this time? Or items to be pulled, rather, at this time? Seeing no names inside of our queue, I will now come to the board for any comments. Seeing no names out of the queue, I now go to the general public. This is for item H1. All right. I see Ms. Storm Matthews has wished to speak on this item. You have the floor, Ms. Matthews.
Good evening. As far as the job descriptions go, HR will be ready to go tonight if this passes. What we will be waiting on are the attorneys and how quickly they can negotiate, or i.e. badger my preferred term of endearment. So we can get these retirees back in the classrooms with our babies. I also do agree with Dr. Finney's recommendation from last meeting that for all the other job titles, Ms. Hall has said numerous times how many titles we have in the system when she came on board. But for all those ones that they haven't gotten to yet, if they are not filled and they are not currently posted, then have one action for all of them and say all of them that fall under that they are deemed gone away, or he had a better word for it. I don't remember what word he used, but Finney's smart like that. But I do hope that that our esteemed Gwen Chamlin can, badger and in the negotiations, so we don't have to wait until December to end this contract, and that we can get those subs under us as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Seeing no other cue cards for item H1 at this time, we will now come back to our board. I'll give each board member a few moments in case they want to enter the queue. Seeing no name inside of the queue at this time, Madam Secretary, we're going to call for the vote, and this is for the consent agenda minus items 8 and items 9. Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. It still hadn't come up.
There we go. It just came up.
I need your vote. It's not registered. Okay, I give up. It did? No, it didn't. District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 2, President Lamb.
Yay.
District 3, Vice President Powell Lewis.
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Yes, ma'am.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Where's Amy? No, yes.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Yay.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Chatelaine.
Yes.
District 9, Mr. Martin.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Next, we have item H8, Professional Service Contract, Baton Rouge Youth Coalition. This is for consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Baton Rouge Youth Coalition, the amount of $1,500,000 for students to participate in career readiness programs. Can I get a motion? Moved by School Board Member Patrick Martin. Seconded by School Board Member, Madam Vice President, Ms. Carla Powell Lewis. 2, 1, 8. Okay. Yeah. Now we're on it now. We're on H8 now. Okay. All right. First in the queue, we have Coach Cliff Lewis.
This item is pretty tough. BRIC does an outstanding job with what they do. But it seems to me that they're asking us, they're asking for infrastructure, preparations. And again, they do good work, but some of the things that they're asking for, to me, is kind of beyond the scope of what they should come to the school board to ask for. That $1.5 million can be used for professional development. It can be used for teacher pay. It can be used to make some repairs to some schools where the ceiling tiles are falling out. There's a lot of things we could do with $1.5 million. We're staring a deficit in the face next year. And personally, I just feel that there's a better use of $1.5 million. Granted, they're serving the kids who we educate, and maybe we should embed some of our teachers with BRIC. Because they're doing a good job. But again, $1.5 million when we're facing budget cuts or budget constraints next year, and I'm scared to death there's going to be a rift. I just think $1.5 million can be better spent in-house, so to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach Lewis. Seeing no other names in the queue at this time, we will now come to a general public. First up, we have Ms. Jennifer Carlisle. I'm sorry.
Good evening. It's Carlisle. I know it's confusing. Most people here are Carvilles. Apparently, my husband's family is Welsh. Whatever. Okay. I am familiar with BRIC. I go to First Methodist, and we support that program, and I know it's a very good program. And I do believe every problem has a solution. I think your problem right now is you've got some money troubles, and I don't know if your solution right now is to spend money this way when you don't have it. I was watching the committee of the whole meeting, and it was very interesting to me how easy people were to just approve things. And I heard Mr. Lewis say, I feel like I'm on Let's Make a Deal. And I kind of felt like he was on Let's Make a Deal too, because it was just like, it felt like there was money going left and right. And then when it came time to, are we going to pay subs? Oh, I don't know if we should do that. Well, y'all, you got to think about what is your main focus. Your main focus is the children in our schools. BRIC is doing a great job. And maybe you do need to be funding BRIC in some way. Maybe you don't need to be funding failing charter schools and using that money to fund BRIC. Or, again, every problem has a solution. Is this the solution right now? You need to think about that. I'm with Mr. Lewis on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carlisle. Next, we have Ms. Storm Matthews.
I absolutely want to see BRIC get their funding. They do very, very good work. I'm just going to drop a little tidbit, like I sometimes do. We have another item on the agenda later. Did you know that there is an ExxonMobil person on BRIC's board? I'd like to know how much they are giving to fund BRIC. Maybe we could use that if we don't approve the ITEP later.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Seeing no other cue cards at this time, I will now come back to our board. Seeing no names inside of the queue, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Again, please vote. The motion carries.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Secretary. I'm sorry, Madam Secretary. Next, we have item H9, Contracts Ethics. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional service contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Ethics in the amount of $30,960 to provide athletic shoes and apparel to select schools. Can I get a motion? Moved by School Board Member Patrick Martin, seconded by School Board Member Cliff Lewis. Okay. School Board Member Shoshone Stewart, you are now in the queue.
Can I have someone come up? I have some questions as it relates to this item. Okay, so we received a presentation about this item at the COW, and there were some stats that were given to us as it relates to, and this is specifically for basketball, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so with that being said, can you give us a little information as far as with those stats? Because I looked at the numbers and it indicated, I guess, like out of the 6 schools, they're like maybe like 20 for boys, 15 for girls. Can you give me the accurate number of students that we are trying to purchase these items for those schools, or are those accurate numbers that with the presentation?
Those were the numbers we were given by the schools at the time that we asked them for it. Some of those have adjusted slightly, a little less, as we sent the form out and they had to type in the players' names because they had to make sure people are going to actually come out and play and be on the team. So they've been filling in the Google form for the last week or so, or week and a half, with the student athletes' names and then their sizes. So the numbers have gone down just a little bit, but they gave us estimates when they first gave us the numbers.
Gotcha. And so when was these estimates given?
It was about
It's
probably
Oct-
3 weeks before the cow.
Before the cow, so 3 weeks. And so in relation to the coaches, because most of the schools have like 6 or 7 coaches, do we actually have 6 or 7 coaches on these basketball teams?
Those were the numbers we were given, but again, we got that information to be able to give you an
3
approximation
weeks.
for the quotes.
And I'm saying that because I've done a little research, and those numbers are not accurate as it relates to the coaches, students, and so forth. And so I was kind of puzzled as it relates to how we came to the amount when we don't have that amount of students that are actually in those programs currently. And so that's why I was wondering with those numbers, how are we projecting that amount to students that are actually not, in those spaces. But like you said, that was weeks maybe before the actual cow, but as it exists within the last couple of weeks since the cow, I've done my little research and the numbers are not accurate, which is why I wanted to bring it and ask some more questions. But I also wanted to ask as it relates to the athletics, because as looking into most of it, I realized we only have one athletic trainer for the 11 high schools that, have the sports and things like that. So, it made me think about the safety and the issues as it relates to when we're working with the children with athletics, not having a, athletic trainer. Well, we have one, but they can't be at the different schools. And so I was just wondering, how would that actually be effective? Just one aspect. And then me going to some of my schools, reaching out to some of my principals, the athletic department itself needs a lot of enhancement and, upkeep. And so my thing was, and I'm not saying that to help the children in some of these schools with athletic sneakers and apparel isn't a good thing, but I've identified that costs can be allocated to more important things within our district and within the athletic department. Give you an example, Bel Air. I talked to my principal. We need flooring. The lockers need to be repaired. It needs painting, just basic things. And that's for all of the athletics, not just the basketball team. And so, as Coach Lewis indicated, we talk about budget, we're talking about monies. I want to make sure that we're allocating our funds and our budget, in the proper way that's going to help for the majority of the students. Not saying the sneaker thing is, not good to help some students that possibly can't afford them or, that don't have sponsorship. But that money to me can be allocated in other ways to help our schools in the athletic departments. So that's why I brought this up. And so I wanted you to respond to that. And so I said all that to say that I'm not in favor of this.
Okay, I do want to address a couple of things for you. So what we can do now that we do have the hard numbers, I'm happy to turn that information over to you guys so that we have it in the spreadsheet. So that can give us the actual solid numbers. Now the teams are actually formed, official practices have begun. Second thing on the athletic trainer note, we actually do have partnerships with the Baton Rouge General as well as Brock. So they have been servicing us. So there is one official athletic trainer on a roster at a school because they're holding a teaching spot. But we do have athletic training services being provided to our schools by those partners. And we actually have a third partner that we're in the process of trying to work together to get contract for services as well. So I provided, my department and my team, who's done a great job putting a master schedule together, we provided that to the providers, and then they came back and let us know which, they were great to work together as well. They were all like, look, we don't care. Normally, there's this thought of competition, but for the student athletes, they worked together to try to cover as many games as they could to make sure we had services for the students. And the games that were not EBR versus EBR, the supervisors in the athletic department or the athletic directors at schools were asked to make contact with the opponent school who we knew had a trainer to ensure they would be willing to service any student athlete that may have needed those services at those games. But we are working with partners to cover our games as they are. And also, in speaking with central leadership, just talking about bringing our sports med programs back, that's a great way to have a trainer on campus. So the one that you're talking about is actually at a school that has a sports med program. So I've been working, trying to get with the ADs, and we talked at our last meeting to go back to the principals and say, look, this is going to be a need, and one way we can verify and ensure that we have an athletic trainer on campus is to start those programs back up. When we can hire them in those positions, they can be teaching, during the day, morning part of the day, and then providing those athletic training services to our student athletes in the afternoons. That's normally the way that setup works. So we are definitely doing everything we can do to make sure their safety and those types of things are taken care of. We've had them come in and do training for us. Brock came in and did some training for our athletic directors, first aid coordinators, things of that nature. So we're trying to cover the bases every way that we can to make sure they're safe. And then lastly, with regard to the facilities, I had the team go out this summer and talk to each one of the ADs, walk the campuses, walk the facilities, and make a spreadsheet of all the things that, need repair. We provide that information to facilities, and Mr. Morales and his team has been doing a good job trying to help us, just we're knocking it down a little bit at a time, but we're definitely understanding that people need stuff renovated. I know I helped with the coach at Terra. Their locker room space was renovated, and there's some others that have been done, so we're getting there. It's a lot of work, and it hasn't always been attended to, but we're definitely working hard to make sure those things are taken care of moving forward.
I appreciate that. And I wanted to ask, as it relates, as you just indicated, that you guys have gone to schools to try to scout to see what the issues are. How is it identified, at what point prioritizing what repairs or what things get addressed first? Because I'm saying that to say, some things have been addressed, like you use Tara for an example, their weight room or locker room and things like that. So how is it identified to what structure of prioritizing those repairs or things with the athletic departments as a whole?
The last question, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
What I asked of the supervisors was to talk with the ADs and coaches, and we're dealing with things that are safety issues first.
Right.
So there's one space, I think it might be in your school, there's a large hole walking toward the field. So we've been working back and forth with that, trying to figure out what's causing it. So it's been repaired a couple of times, but it keeps coming back up. So it was all about what's been a safety issue first. And so that's high priority. So if there's holes in the fields, if there's plumbing issues, things that they have to use that could be a safety hazard, that was the way we prioritized them. And then obviously cosmetic stuff's going to fall to the bottom, but safety issues first.
Thank you. That just was my concern. Are we prioritizing safety things first rather than, apparel and sneakers?
Yes.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Next in the queue, we have school member Cliff Lewis.
Thank you for coming up. You mentioned 2-3 possible partners for athletic trainers. How many are on board?
Baton Rouge General and Brock are on board right now. That's
How
who we're
many
using.
trainers?
Oh, I don't have how many trainers they have. They just give them to us per game. So they provide the trainers for our games. They've provided, I don't know the number off the top of my head how many games they provided trainers for, but they have their own in-house personnel that they PRN out for our games.
I think it would be smart if we knew how many, on average, how many EBR versus EBR schools are playing football on Friday nights. Just take a wild guess.
We could board members, we could provide you with that data. We could try to provide you with that data.
What type of contracts do we have with EMS services?
We have a Acadian ambulance that we've contracted with for those games.
At all games?
The EBR versus EBR games, because they are having staffing issues. So we gave her the whole schedule. We asked for a guarantee for the EBR versus EBR, which is what we contracted with them for. And then she said any other time she can field the other games, she will. But they're also having staffing issues and concerns, just like the athletic trainers and everyone else. They're just having a hard time getting their own crews to provide the services. So it's not an issue on our end. It's an issue of her having availability of staff.
I've been an AD in high school. And what it sounds like we're doing is trying to build an airplane in mid-flight. These issues should be addressed long before football season starts. If you've ever seen a child strapped to a board, then that will get your attention. We don't need to wait till football season starts. This needs to be something that is contracted in the spring, long before any of this takes place. Not saying that you didn't do that or haven't done that. But if you have, we need to know. If you haven't, we need to know. Because we're staring down the barrel of lawsuits if we slip up just one time and somebody's child is seriously injured.
So we did, just to let you know, we did start these services, the discussions with them in April, actually, yeah, April of last year. And there was some contractual stuff that had to be worked out on their end, and they had to let us know, do we have the people or do we even have the capacity to say that we'll give you guys these services? So this discussion has been going on for quite some time. In the transition of me coming into oversight in the athletics department, there were some things that they were trying to communicate, and that communication wasn't necessarily followed up on. So by the time I came into the picture, you know, it started right then. So end of March, early April, those discussions started getting to the table with those partners and finding out what they were going to be able to do and what contractual things we could do, you know, that the district could do. And that was feasible. So it's definitely been a priority. It was something that we worked on all summer.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And for the record, Coach, that's for basketball, not football.
For the record, I'm talking about athletics, period.
Oh, okay. Well, they call him Coach, y'all, for a reason. All right, Attorney Shamlin.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in real quick. Ms. Anderson has been working with, we actually been working on the issue. There was a capacity issue initially. I believe there was a provider last year who hit capacity issues, wasn't able to provide the number of ATs we needed. We talked about going to a second provider. We've actually discussed bringing the board the potential for an RFP or RFQ to see about how we could do this moving forward. And so that's been some discussion we've had.
Because we got enough money to do a lot of other things.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Yes,
let's take care of the kids who provide us entertainment on Friday nights
Yes, sir.
and Thursday afternoons and Wednesday mornings, whenever they play.
Yes, sir. But Ms. Anderson is working on an RFQ proposal for the boards, get the board's approval to go out and see what we can do about trying to provide a better coverage going into next year.
Thank you.
Okay, next in the queue we have, did you want to speak? Okay, next in the queue we have School Board Member Patrick Martin.
Thank you. I agree with Coach Lewis's concerns. I think there's been some, I've heard a lot from constituents about issues with athletic trainers, but that's not the agenda topic that we have in front of us right now. But I agree with Coach Lewis that we really need to look at that and get that fixed really, really quickly. On this agenda item, I don't want to relitigate everything that we discussed, you know, kind of two weeks ago. I share many of Ms. Stewart's concerns about this item. I think her points about the numbers of how many coaches are suddenly, this is a concern I expressed 2 weeks ago, which is we're providing shoes for some small subset of employees that we don't provide shoes for any other, employees. The reason I supported this last time, and I will support it again, is simply because, as I understand it, there's a lot of schools in the district that are getting these kind of things paid for through sponsorships with Nike and Puma and other athletic brands, and this is really funding to provide a little bit of equity so that the schools that are not at the level or have the attention or whatever to attract that kind of sponsorship can also have some of the same benefits that they have that the other schools get that doesn't come out of our pocketbook. So I support this just as a matter of equity for that, but that's kind of for this year, and I think that we need to have a much better plan for how we address this systematically. If we're going to do this again, because this is just buying shoes for one group of kids, for 1 year. And so if we're going to do this long term, and address some of these equity issues that arise from the sponsorships, we need to really do a deep dive in thinking about what's our obligation to there to provide people and what are the rules, so we don't have, the principal, you ask them for a list and they, I like this guy. We're going to say he's a basketball coach so he can get some free shoes. I mean, so I think we need to think about that. But for now, I'm going to support this item. Thank you.
Thank you, School Member Martin. Next, we have School Member Vice President, Ms. Carla Paul Lewis.
Hi, thank you so much for sharing your sentiments. I did want to ask, I think I've asked this before, and I just, want it to possibly be restated for the record. Which schools will this particular item support?
Oh, yeah, but, okay. Let me bring my folder.
Good evening, board.
Good evening.
This list here. So, Vice President Powell Lewis, Bel Air High School, Broadmoor High School, Capitol High School, Estroma High School, Northeast High School, and Terra High School.
Thank you.
Okay, Attorney Shamlin, you in the queue? Okay. That was one more name in. I think it slipped out. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, seeing other names outside of the queue at this time now, we will go to the general public for public comment on this item. Ms. Storm Matthews.
This is something that benefits the schools that do not get sponsorships, schools that have difficulty fundraising. I'd like to remind you that door money is not fundraising that pays for the refs and things of that nature. I do agree with having an accurate number of coaches, but coaches should match the players, unless, of course, they're coaching like a Boston Stilettos.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Matthews. Seeing no other queue cards at this time, we'll now come back to the board. Ms. Shoshone Stewart is in the queue.
I also want to ask a question, just to reiterate. And I know this is I guess, a collaboration with the foundation, and I'm not saying that, I guess, as the board, for those schools, because they don't have sponsorships, that we shouldn't assist, because I would like to assist, but I am concerned about the cost. And I know we were given, I think, a 25% reduction. The sneakers were $120, so they put us like at $90 per sneaker. But there are much cheaper sneakers. Basically, my thing is it possible to negotiate or have some renegotiations with the foundation about the cost of the sneakers as it relates to working with us? And I say that because we're talking about a professional, person that, we're marketing for them as well. So I think that's kind of like a win-win for them, because, we'll be marketing their shoes along with buying them rather than, him making a donation, which is what Coach kind of suggested or recommended at the COW, to help us even more. It would be better if it would be a donation rather than us spending $30,000, on the sneakers. So that was just something that I wanted to suggest in regards, but I also wanted to do a substitute motion to have this item deferred without date not certain.
We have a substitute motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Seconded by Coach Cliff Lewis. So we have a substitute motion on the floor to move this motion without recommendation to, what date you say? Date not certain to a date not certain.
So that we can actually look more into renegotiating the cost and monies. Because I don't want to approve $30,000. As you said, we got new numbers. So the students, coaches, if we need to take that out, I think that's something that we should do. So I want to do the substitute motion.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion on the floor with a motion and a second. All right, we now come back to our board for board comment. Before I go to the general public, I would ask anybody that wants to speak on the substitute motion to please make your way to the atrium, get a pink comment card, fill it out, and then give it to Madam Secretary. She'll get it to me, and I will be sure to call on you. Ms. Storm, you can fill yours out afterwards. I see you reaching. So I will, seeing no names inside of the queue, I'll call you up first. Ms. Storm Matthews.
I would just like to iterate, basketball players are tall and they have very large feet. My kids have been, they wear size 13 shoes. If you can find size 13 shoes for cheaper than $90, please tell me where to go, because these boys, the struggle is real. Please, $30,000, y'all throw $1 million at people for programs that we don't want. We beg you, please do not vote for this. The teachers hate it. The kids hate it. We don't want it. It doesn't help, and y'all approve it. $30,000 to assist some kids, and y'all want to throw it down the road? No, give these kids some shoes. $90 tennis shoes that are going to last all season. Please tell me where you shop, because I need it for my sons. Thank you.
I'll refer it to you, Ms. Matthews.
Okay. Seeing no other comment, whoops, so Ms. Tanya McMillan.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tanya McMillan, parent of a child in East Baton Rouge school system. And I think that it's wonderful that we want to assist children in getting shoes for after school sports or extracurricular activities. Oftentimes those things do keep children from playing. My son is now in a size 8 and he's 9 years old. So his shoes just went from $60 to $160, you know, overnight. So I do think that's a great thing. But I would ask that you guys, I do support the substitute motion, for you guys to just look into it a little deeper. You know, on their website, everybody's getting like $25 off or $45 off, and the prices are coming below $90. So if we can get the same price that the people on the website are getting, or maybe an additional discount, that would be even better. Then it would be a deal. Otherwise, we're just buying the shoes, and we can buy them any kind of shoes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McMillan. Seeing no other comment cards at this time, we'll now come back to our board. School Board Member Nathan Rush, you're in the queue.
Thanks. Forgive me because I don't have high school age kids. When does basketball season start? Does anybody know?
It's started.
It
Practice
started.
has started.
Okay, that's what I thought. So I don't think we have anything to benefit by pushing this down the pike to November if we plan to fund it at all. I totally get all the sentiments around resources and what we're doing around athletics. There's a lot of good points on work that we have to do around athletics in district. I don't love spending $90 on shoes either, but to know that this is going to benefit some kids this season, that will get them in the gear that they could use to participate, that might cost families more money than they may be willing or have to spend. I think it's a good idea to bridge the gap and can open up opportunities on how we need to handle athletics moving forward in the district. Additionally, if we do find that, and this is more of a question for the superintendent, that we're authorizing to purchase more than we actually need, I would expect that the district wouldn't overpurchase, right? If we find that we budgeted in this item for 20 athletes and we only had 12, I would ask, let's just make sure that we only buy 12 pairs of shoes, or whatever we actually need. So, my understanding would be that's how it's treated in any situation. We're not going to go buy a bunch of pairs of shoes that we're not going to use. Under that, I don't support deferring this. I think we need to move forward with getting this done so we can purchase these items and get them into play for basketball season. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with my colleague, Mr. Rust. I don't support deferring this item. This is $30,000. If we knocked another 10% off the price, that's going to save us $3,000. And are we going to say in order to save $3,000, these kids at these 6 schools that are not our best schools, are not our most funded schools, don't get the benefit of these shoes in time for basketball season? That's not what I don't think that it's worth trying to haggle down to 10% more off. That's not going to change our budget in any meaningful way at all, or allow it. We can't do anything particularly meaningful with that amount of money if that's what we did. We either need to do it or not do it. If we're going to do it, we should do it now before basketball season. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next in the queue, we have School Board Member Vice President, Ms. Carla Powell-Lewis.
Yes, ma'am. So I have one more question. So if we defer this item tonight, what is the contingency plan for the schools that are selected for this blessing of tennis shoes?
I do not have one. I would have to sit with the team and see what we could do.
So it's not like, I know you mentioned Capitol High. I know that this would be their first, go around. But at the same time, the other schools that you mentioned, what have they done in the past?
They charge the kids. They buy their shoes. The kids buy their own shoes. For the schools that don't have sponsorships, it goes to the expense goes to the student athletes and their families.
And majority of our schools, other than these that were mentioned, have sponsorships.
They have that or some other deal that they've already worked out. Some are already in contracts with shoe companies, so they get a discounted rate, but they usually sign up for a multi-year situation to do that. But they also are funding that through their athletic fees, which is from the student athletes and families.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Next, we have School Member Mr. Shoney Stewart.
Last question. You mentioned that because basketball season has already started, so since this has already started, none of these schools have already made any purchases or ordered any sneakers yet?
There's, I think, one school that mentioned they had, but no, they're not on the list. It was another school. We had some backups we were checking in case some schools had already done it, but that school wasn't on the list.
So none of these schools have made any purchases or orders for sneakers?
There may be one. I don't have my paper in front of me, but there may be one because I had the supervisor going back and calling after the last meeting to make sure before because again, everything was on a spreadsheet. We got estimates from them. Some people were concerned whether or not it was going to happen, so they may have gone ahead and placed an order, but I think that was only one school to my knowledge. But I can get that information to you. And to answer one another question that was mentioned, we definitely were not ordering. It's not like we're bound to ordering $30,000 worth of shoes. It's going to be the number of student athletes that are reported and the coaches that are rostered on they all have to put them into LHSA's website. So it's going to be the rostered athletes, student athletes, and it was going to be the rostered coaches. So there was not going to be more purchased than was rostered for the teams.
That was my concern.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Next in the queue, we have School Member Cliff Lewis.
I want to be perfectly clear. I don't object to us buying the shoes. Lord knows I know how bad kids need athletics. My objection was to how I don't want to use this word, but I'm going to use it, how the deal was brought to us. We were subsidizing someone who was doing us a favor, or someone who was helping us, but you wanted to help us, but you wanted us to help you in terms. Professional athletes, especially basketball players, current and former, the guy sitting on the end of the bench makes more money than most of the people sitting in this room. I would like to have seen the same type of effort made with former and current NBA players to come in and help inner city kids get some top quality shoes, Nike, Adidas, or even this name brand shoes. I thought it would be, me personally, that's how I would like to have seen it done. But I felt like you were coming to us, asking us to help market your company. I'm going to support buying the kids the shoes. What I was not in favor with was how it was brought to us and how it was presented to us. I'm not backtracking, but I know how important basketball can be to some of these kids. That may be some of them's ticket out. That may be some of them's ticket just to further their education. Because less than 0.5% of them will ever see the NBA. But maybe they can go to college. And maybe a pair of shoes that we put on their feet, they may come back in 10 years and they may donate $300,000 worth of tennis shoes to the kids in this district. So I'm going to support buying the shoes. I just want to be perfectly clear. I did not like how it was presented to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach Cliff Lewis. I'll enter into the queue real quick. I'll try to take about 30 seconds. I just want to remind all of my board colleagues that I think, and you correct me if I'm wrong, a part of this deal was also for us to repurpose courts at some of our elementary schools and some of the other neighboring schools who, for the lack of better terms, just did not receive proper conditioning over years. Some of them fell apart. And I think part of that conversation, that when they came and presented, they said that each court can cost in excess of $60,000 to $70,000, and they are in kind donating some of those services back to the district. So I just wanted everybody just to also understand that also it's not just about the apparel or the shoes, they're also rehabbing our courts inside of our community. And if anybody wanted to see any of the courts, one that they just did was not too far from here in 70806 community at the Gus Young Gym, and that's quite frankly a gym that has never really received proper attention and care, but they completely reconditioned that court and it looks so much better than it did before. So I just stopped right there. I just wanted everybody to just throw that reminder out there. At this time now, Madam Secretary, we're going to call for the vote. This is on the substitute motion to move this item without recommendation to a date uncertain.
Please vote. The motion fails.
Okay, at this time now, we will come back to the original motion, which was a consideration of a request for the approval of a professional service contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Ethics in the amount of $30,960 to provide athletic shoes and apparel to select schools. The maker of that motion was School Board Member Patrick Martin, seconded by School Board Member Cliff Lewis. At this time now, we will come back to our board for any open comment. Give anybody a moment if they want to speak on this item. Okay, this time now, seeing on the name side of the queue, we will now go to our public for public comment. If there's anybody like to speak, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, I apologize. Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote.
Thank you. Ms. Powell.
It's not sure what else I have to do. District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 2, President Landis.
Yay.
District 3, Vice President Powell Lewis.
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Abstain.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Yay.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Chatelain.
Yes.
District 9, Mr. Martin.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. We will now move on to new business. For the sake of time, the hour is now 7:01. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask that we move up item item I3 to the top of the list, and then we will continue moving forward. Are we good with that, General Counsel?
If there's no objection from other
Yes,
members
sir.
of the board.
Are there any objections inside the room to move up item 3, which is student expulsion? Okay, seeing no objections at this time now, we will now address item I, which is new business, I3, student expulsion, discussion/consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Can we get a motion?
And just for clarity, I'm sorry, Mr. Martin, this is the first step in consideration of appeal process, so it only requires a motion and a second. There's no vote of the board and no comment tonight. So it requires a motion and a second to then move it to the next level, which would be a full hearing in November.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Mr. President, I move that we hear the appeal.
Okay. Moved by School Board Member Patrick Martin. Seconded by? Seconded by School Board Member Nathan Russ. Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
There's no vote.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Right. All right, moving right along. Seeing that we have a motion and a second, that will be a hearing in November set for the student expulsion. Okay. Regular meeting. All right. This time now, I would ask that we move up the next presentation, which is going to be ITEP Exxon, if there's not any objections by any board members. Understanding a lot of people are here to speak on this item. Okay, being that there are no objections, we have item I2, ITEP application ExxonMobil, discussion/consideration of an application from ExxonMobil Corporation for an industrial tax exemption and related matters. Can I get a motion? Moved by School Board Member Patrick Martin. Seconded by School Board Member Mark Ballou. Okay. Before we go into board comment, is there a presentation for tonight? Okay, so we will ask the representatives from Exxon to come up for a presentation before the board.
Okay, all right.
Yes. While they prepare, Superintendent Dr. Cedar Narcisse has a few comments he'd like to make.
Yeah, right before the presentation from Exxon, Attorney Shem, because I get a lot of emails on this, just for the public, can you explain what ITEP is and the process, just so the public can be aware of that? Because I've gotten a lot of emails about that, just so we can make sure everybody's aware.
Just briefly, the industrial tax exemption program is based in the Louisiana Constitution. It's the ad valorem tax exempt. I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right. Sorry about that.
Get a little closer to the mic.
The industrial tax exemption program, ITEP, is actually rooted in the Louisiana Constitution. There are provisions in the Constitution that allow for exemptions from ad valorem taxes for manufacturers. There's a lot more specifics in the actual provisions. There was an executive order by the governor, a couple of executive orders in 2016 that amended or changed the process somewhat. The most significant change was the requirement that local governing authorities like the school board, the Metro Council, the police jury, and the sheriff's office would have to approve those provisions if they were impacted by the tax. And so, in essence, it's an exemption. The exemption is for the first 5-year period and the second 5-year period, so a total of 10 years. I think that's kind of a basic rundown of it. I hope I gave just sort of the nitty-gritty, and I'll take any questions if I can answer them.
That'll work. Thank you.
Right. Any other questions? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Yeah, we won't have quorum. So, if you, I'm sorry, wait. Okay, so,
Here we go.
all right. You all have the floor for presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Cedar Narcisse, President Lannis, school board members. My name is Jennifer Papera. I am a Baton Rouge resident of District 5. I'm a mother of a public school student here in East Baton Rouge Parish, and I am the ExxonMobil project development lead for the Baton Rouge area. And what I'm bringing here today is an opportunity for our Baton Rouge facilities to bring additional investment here into the community, and we want to talk a little bit more about that with you today. And really, as Councilman Shamlin explained, the ITEP program, in the beginning of this past year, we went and talked with Governor Edwards and the Louisiana Economic Development Group on a concept for these new investments and talked with them about we're considering Louisiana for that investment. They were very excited about the investment, and they were looking forward to bringing that here to Louisiana because they believed that it's a groundbreaking project to further prove Louisiana's unparalleled workforce. So talking a little bit about the suite, it's $250 million innovation suite. It encompasses 3 different types of products. 2 of those products would be made in the East Baton Rouge Parish facilities and 1 in West Baton Rouge Parish. Our advanced recycling piece, which is addressing plastic waste, and our ultra-pure isopropyl alcohol to support domestic microchip production in the United States. Those 2 pieces are the East Baton Rouge Parish scope of work. On the West Baton Rouge side is a polyolefin thermoset resin blending and packaging plant that we are looking for placing there in West Baton Rouge Parish. Talking to the numbers for East Baton Rouge Parish, what we're looking at is $155 million in investment. $74 million of that qualifies for the ITEP program. When the Baton Rouge Area Chamber recently did their economic analysis for East Baton Rouge Parish, they came back with $134 million of return on investment for the parish. Should this suite of work be approved and progress forward, we're looking at roughly $8.4 million in construction payroll upon beginning of construction, and also taking a look at jobs. With the advanced recycling program, we are looking at standing up a supply chain, and that has 10 initial indirect hirings associated with that supply chain from third parties. We have committed to continue to hire from our North Baton Rouge training initiative, 15 graduates into ExxonMobil jobs directly. And this also allows us to continue to retain the 2,200 ExxonMobil jobs here in our Baton Rouge facilities, along with over 2,000 contractor jobs here in our Baton Rouge facilities. Speaking to the taxes associated with this suite, what we are talking about is roughly $13.5 million in state or sales and property tax over the 20-year time frame. What we're committing to with our innovation suite is the continued hiring of North Baton Rouge Industrial Training Initiative graduates, and continuing to expand our local and small diverse supplier network and using that network to purchase products for our projects. Stepping back and taking a look at our property and sales tax over the last 5 years, I do want to highlight the trend that we are continuing to increase in those areas, and that is directly related to large investments that we've been able to bring to our Baton Rouge facilities, in particular the Purpling Growth Project and our brick suite that's currently under construction. And both of those were brought here to Baton Rouge with the help of the ITEP program. Looking at the numbers specifically, East Baton Rouge schools have received, over the last 5 years, $145 million in property and sales tax revenue from ExxonMobil. If these projects are approved, there will be positive impacts to the 2024 Baton Rouge school system budget in the vein of sales tax revenue. Should these projects be approved and move forward for final investment decision in early 2024, we would begin construction, which means we would begin purchasing materials, and that would create sales tax revenue for the parish. The property tax piece would not go into effect until those projects were complete and started up, which is 2028. So that is when we were talking about the property tax for this particular suite of investment.
Thank you, Jennifer. High School Board. I'm Stephanie Cargile. I'm the ExxonMobil Baton Rouge Public and Government Affairs Manager. So I just wanted to step in and share a little bit about how we have been able to invest in the school system this year. I'm very excited that we've been able to do so much with you guys, and I work with many of you on these programs. This year alone, we've been able to bring more than $1 million in programming to support our teachers, our students, and different initiatives that focus on literacy, mentoring, and even providing classroom supplies directly for our teachers in North Baton Rouge. So this is work that we're committed to. We're committed to continuing this. The partnership is longstanding, and it will remain for the future. What you don't see on here are other sponsorships and grants that we have directly with a lot of our schools in North Baton Rouge. I wanted Berania Robillard, who's our Workforce Development Manager, to just tell you a little bit more about how we are creating jobs in this parish directly with your students. Berania?
Thank you, Stephanie. Good evening, board members. So I am Berania Robillard. I'm the Baton Rouge Area Workforce Development Manager. For the third year, ExxonMobil offered rising juniors to recent graduate students the opportunity to be paid and join our ranks for 8 weeks as an ExxonMobil employee through the high school summer internship program. This year's program was the largest ever, making the high school internship 4 times larger than prior years. The internship helps students understand career choices available to them as post-high school graduates, either in direct-to-craft work fields or through traditional STEM careers. And for more than a decade, ExxonMobil has provided students with pathways for successful industrial careers through the North Baton Rouge Industrial Training Initiative. Even from the high school internship program, though, ExxonMobil is converting student interns into employees. As an example, in this past year alone, we had a student named Gabrielle, a recent graduate of Estruma High School, who was in our high school internship program, and she's now working in our laboratory as a full-time person. These are just a few examples of what ExxonMobil is doing to roll up our sleeves, working with EBR schools to find opportunities to improve education, the workforce, and ultimately our community. For these reasons, we ask for your support of the ITEP. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, that does conclude.
Okay, thank you all. All right, before we go to our board comments, let me just say that this is going to be quite a conversation, gearing by the amount of cue cards that I have received tonight. So I am going to make an adjustment to the time because I want to remind our board as well as our general public that following this item, we will have to go into executive session for our next item, and we don't know how long we'll be there. So tonight, we're going to move that our public has 1 minute to speak on the item, whether they agree or disagree. And then our board is going to have 2 minutes to speak on the item or ask any question. So if there's not any objection, that's what we're going to do. Please, please, thank you. All right. First, inside the queue, we have School Board Member Patrick Martin.
Thank you, President Lannis. I've certainly gotten a lot of emails and phone calls about this item in the past 2 weeks, and I've thought long and hard about it, and I support this application for a couple of reasons. One, I take the long-term view of what is in the best interest of the students and the families of East Baton Rouge Parish. And if we don't have a vibrant economic community in Baton Rouge, then we're not going to have a healthy community. And so I support jobs and what it takes to get jobs in this area. The reality is that we live in a competitive market of states who are all vying and competing to get the kind of incredible expansion projects like ExxonMobil is proposing for here. And you know, in a global sense, does it make sense that we're competing against Mississippi or Texas for tax incentives for large corporations? Maybe not, but that's the world that we live in. That's the reality in which we're operating. And so I feel quite certain that programs like this are necessary in order to attract those investments to our community as opposed to some other community. And so it's not a choice of, do we have ExxonMobil pay $2 million property taxes or not pay $2 million in property taxes? It's a question of, do we want this investment here or do we not want, and the sales tax and other benefits that will come immediately and the property taxes that will come once the exemption ends, or do we not want those? And I want those benefits. And so I think there will be substantial benefits to our children, our community, and ultimately to our bottom line by approving this, because I really don't think that that these kind of investments by ExxonMobil and the other companies that will be coming to us, I'm sure, for similar applications in the future, are going to expand in our community unless we continue in support of this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other names inside of the queue at this time, we will now go to our general public. However, before we speak, I just want to be clear that I know there's going to be a lot of emotion around this item, And I will impose or ask that we are germane to the topic. And what I mean by that is whatever the item is, that we stay on that item. Any comment outside of that scope will be stopped and it will receive a warning. It will receive a second warning. On the third time, if it continues, I will ask that you please stop speaking and the mic will be shut off. So that's just out of respect for everyone inside of the room. We want to get through this, and we just also want to be respectful of everybody's time. Okay, as we move forward, first up, we have Mr. David Linderfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These remarks are directed not only to the school board, but also to the members of the business community who might be present. The current bus crisis should come as no surprise. It was forecast in the school's annual budget, where it states, and I quote, "Additional staff is needed to ensure all students are in school in the timely manner." And I'm saying that because the bus crisis is symptomatic of a deeper crisis, namely that the school system simply lacks adequate funds to fulfill its obligations. If this is true, it leads to the inescapable conclusion that while some ITEPs may promote economic development, as we have heard, they have outlived their usefulness as far as our schools are concerned. It makes no sense to remove funds from the operating budget when that budget is inadequate. Worse, it only reinforces the public perception that our schools are in trouble and therefore unable to deliver quality education. Now, one could debate the merits of that, but its existence as a matter of perception is undeniable. This means that it increases the unattractiveness of our parish to the state as a place to move and do business in. And that is why it is in the self-interest of the business community, I believe,
Mr. Linderfield, I'm sorry. That's going to be time, but I'll let you finish your thoughts.
Right. Have a sustainable public school system. And that ITEPs for schools move us away from that goal rather than towards it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Don Peterson.
Good evening, board members. Thank y'all for allowing us the opportunity to speak. My name is Don Peterson. I represent Turner Industries here in Baton Rouge and across the Gulf Coast. We are in support, and we ask you to be in support of this ITEP proposal. Turner Industries has been engaged with ExxonMobil in Baton Rouge every single day since 1961. We employ across the Gulf Coast 17,000 family members. We consider them family. Almost 10,000 of those folks are located in the greater Baton Rouge area. On behalf of Turner, we ask you to support this motion.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. I'm sorry, and I'm going to call up a few names, so I'm not calling them back to back. Next, we have Mr. Scott Barringer, followed by Ms. Tara Brazil. And next will be Aaron Snyder. You got the floor.
Thank you very much. Scott Barringer, I'm the president of Pala Group, construction company based here in Baton Rouge. 2023 makes 50 years that we've celebrated our headquarters here in East Baton Rouge Parish. We've been, for most of those 50 years, a supplier and a provider to ExxonMobil, just as Don said, Turner has been. We are very much in support of the ITEP. I just want to share the reason why in a personal experience. Within our company, we have 4 separate operating entities. Each has its own management and leadership. And within those companies, they compete internally for investment from our corporate office to expand, to grow, and to do the things that help make the company better. 6 years ago, one of those entities recommended an expansion of our fabrication facilities, and part of their proposal included ITEP approval to purchase the facility and the equipment necessary to expand that facility. That project was approved, ITEP was granted, and we now have that fabrication facility that employs 60 people and continues to support ExxonMobil's operations as they continue to grow for East Baton Rouge Parish. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Bazile, how am I pronouncing that last name?
Bazil.
Bazile, okay. You have the floor, Ms. Tara Bazile.
Good afternoon. My name is Tara Bazil, and I'm an 18-year employee at ExxonMobil Baton Rouge. 10 of those years has been filled with joy from being allowed to engage with students and teachers in nearby communities. Within ExxonMobil's Greenbelt is a building known by students and teachers that have visited as the Web, also known as our Wildlife Education Building. Beyond the walls of the Web resides our outdoor classroom. In the last 10 plus years, ExxonMobil's outdoor classroom has educated hundreds of kindergarten through 10th grade students. They have walked along our nature trails, learning about pollinators and what wildlife call our Greenbelt home. They have planted native trees, learned what tools to use and how to measure trees, completed STEM activities, and the list goes on. Just this year alone, we have had 60 kids from the nearby communities visit our web. Tomorrow, we will be hosting 20 more kids who are 8th graders from a nearby school that will be performing STEM activities about water filtration. They also will be intrigued by one of ExxonMobil's chemists performing her chemistry magic show. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Aaron Snyder, followed by Boriana Robillard.
Good evening, board members.
Just one second. And Dave Lukic. Sorry if I mispronounced that last name, but you got the floor.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, board members. My name's Aaron Schneider. I'm the operations manager at our Baton Rouge plastics plant with ExxonMobil. My husband Bob and I live in the East Baton Rouge parish with our 2 sons, Will and Drew. Will this year attends Flame and have just been so impressed with the education that he's gotten that I really want to see this additional tax revenue from these projects continue to support schools like Flame in the East Baton Rouge school system, and really, for Will's benefit, for the benefit of the teachers and of the broader community. I don't think kids and teachers will be the only ones that benefit from this investment. One of the best parts of working in a manufacturing facility for the last 14 years is just hearing the countless impacts that these jobs, ExxonMobil jobs and industrial partner jobs, have on families, from buying homes, supporting families, paying down debt, sending kids to college. It's really a joy of my job every day to get to hear stories like this. Lastly, ExxonMobil can invest anywhere. You heard that. We need to compete in a global market. And this ITEP just provides that stable tax base for ExxonMobil to continue to make investments like this in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Mr. Dave?
Thank you, school board members. I'm Dave Lukey, East Baton Rouge Parish resident, District 7. I'm also the ExxonMobil chemical plant manager. And as somebody mentioned, I'm the BRIC board member that was mentioned earlier. Sit on the executive committee for that as well, and a board member for the Capillary United Way, and happen to be this year's board chair. I just want to explain Mr. Martin hit on it. When ExxonMobil looks to invest, we look to invest anywhere in the world. And what happens in the process is the corporation prioritizes what are the projects with the best return for the company, for our shareholders, anywhere in the globe that we have operations. And as you can imagine, we have operations throughout the entire world. And so this program, we really hope to attract these projects here to Baton Rouge. We think they're great projects. We think it'll be great for Baton Rouge. It'll be a big economic boom for the community. But we've got to compete with everywhere else in the world, and we're just hoping we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Stephanie Cargile, followed by Ms. Jennifer Pearl.
We signed up to speak earlier.
Okay, no problem. Ms. Jennifer?
I've already spoken.
Okay. Mr. Marvin Bergemeyer? You should speak.
What I have said, or what I plan to say has just been said by Mr. Lukey.
Thank you. Mr. Josh Jones? Followed by Ms. Lana Vanderbu. All right.
Council, my name is George Jones. I live in East Baton Rouge, have for the past 31 years, raised my family in the community. of District 3. My 3 daughters attended East Baton Rouge Parish schools, and now one is a teacher in your parish. The ExxonMobil ITEP projects provide a way of funding projects that come into the area that benefit. I totally support the ITEP program and our commitment as ExxonMobil to the schools and our volunteerism and our work throughout the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Nick Laborde, followed by Ms. Desiree Lemoyne, followed by Ron Perritt.
Thank you, members of the board. My name is Nick Laborde, and I'm speaking in opposition to the ITEP tax exemption on the agenda tonight. So let me start with a question. How long have we deprived our community of good opportunities and good schools so Exxon can start a project off the taxpayers' backs that will generate 0 new jobs? On page 3, direct new jobs is 0. I'm dropping my stuff everywhere like a fool.
Take your time.
The answer is we've done that for a little too long, but we can fix that tonight. Members of the board, you have the opportunity to directly fund our community and its schools if you vote no on this exemption. Because with the composition of the board today is different. This was done once in 2019. You have voted no before. And I encourage you to stand up and do it again. Knowing full well that the next occupant of the governor's mansion will likely end the power to vote on items like this, how could you choose to vote against our city parish, against our children, to do a favor for a company that's posted over $50 billion in profit recently, throwing away desperately needed local money while the parish struggles to get our kids to school? You have the opportunity to do the right thing. I urge you to vote no on the exemption. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laborde. Ms. Lemoyne, followed by Mr. Perritt.
Good evening, Mr. President, Dr. Narcisse, and members. My name is Desiree Lemoyne. I am the campaign manager for Industry Makes. I am here this evening, as are most of the men and women behind me, in support of the ITEP application of ExxonMobil and their latest proposed investments in Baton Rouge. You already heard the financial numbers, but did you know that ExxonMobil's North Baton Rouge facility is the largest provider for isopropyl alcohol in the nation? That the entire United States depends on the North Baton Rouge facility for its supply of germ-killing and sanitizing isopropyl alcohol? That during the COVID pandemic, ExxonMobil ramped up operations to meet the nation's needs? One of the 2 proposed projects for Baton Rouge will increase the supply of this critical molecule. It will be used to clean and sanitize microchips for domestic production, as opposed to the U.S. relying on foreign countries for its supply. The second proposed project for Baton Rouge is advanced recycling. The innovative process is used to recycle plastics that currently cannot be processed and end up in a landfill. On behalf of the men and women of the Baton Rouge Industrial Base, I ask that you support ExxonMobil's ITEP application for their children, as well as the teachers and students in East Baton Rouge Parish. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ron?
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of one taxpayer who supported the school system religiously for the last 50 years. When I look at this proposal and I look at the guiding principles that are posted on the website, which guides my voting in the past, these principles state that the school board is supposed to be responsible for a high-quality learning environment, offer academic options, commit resources to support our staff and students. That's the guiding principles that you were elected on. Now, to give away money that's dedicated for this purpose for any reason, to me, is a violation of the very principles that you were elected to uphold. Nobody in this room is against economic development. We're all for it. My statement is very simple. The best economic development that can be done by the school board is to make a quality, high-quality educational system for our parish.
Thank you, Mr. Ron. Next, we have Mr. Joshua Combs, followed by Laverne Semino, followed by Ms. Jennifer Carwile.
Good evening, school board. As you mentioned, my name is Joshua Combs. I'm representing Baton Rouge Area Chamber. We're the lead economic development agency for Baton Rouge. So we've mentioned that this is competitive. And so this suite of projects will allow Baton Rouge to be competitive in emerging sectors. So this just isn't happening in Baton Rouge, it's happening nationwide. So these two facilities will allow us to go out and recruit and leverage that for more business, which will continue to expand our tax base. Exxon is currently our largest property taxpayer, and without this project, there won't be any taxes to draw from to create revenue. You can't create something from nothing. Right? And so if this project is not approved, there's not any money being taken away because there's no tax being generated from the construction of the project and through the ITEP program. I also want to state that neighboring parishes like Ascension currently have $110 million in exemptions on their books versus only 28.5 in Baton Rouge. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Semino? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Laverne Semino. I'm a nationally board certified teacher with over 30 years experience and an English as a second language teacher at Woodlawn Elementary with 90 students this year. I have phenomenal success with my students, scoring proficient and exiting the ESL program at rates 20 to 40 percentage points higher than other schools in the district and the state. This fall, I was made to sign a letter saying that my job was paid out of ESSER funds and would not be guaranteed for next year. Here we are with Exxon, hat in hand, wanting to take money away from my salary and others to deepen their pockets. You think Exxon needs that money more than I do? It is just plain stupid to give our resources away to a multi-billion-dollar corporation when you may lose great teachers like me.
Thank you. Ms. Carlisle?
I had a lot more to say, but I'm going to get right to the point. We met with our school board member a few weeks ago, and he told us that the last time that ITEP was denied by the school board, the community was in an uproar. And I said, what? The community I was with all applauded. We were happy about that. He said, no, I mean BRAC. They assured industry that this would not happen again. My message to you is, it is not your job to balance industry's budget. And the $4 million over 10 years is not going to break or make this project for Exxon, but it's going to fill some holes for you. My second point is, if you are happy to give this exemption, do not come to us, the community, when you need to fill that hole and ask to raise our taxes. Families for Fair Taxes this week sent out a survey. 5,000 people responded, and 80 to 89% of all of those who responded were opposed. That's in everybody's district. Say no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Robin Mulder, followed by Jared Guidry, followed by Hayden Crockett.
Hello, Board. First off, thank you for your public service. I'm a taxpayer. I pay my property taxes. I'm going to be paying my property taxes until I die. Apparently, if you vote to give a discount, say you don't have to pay property taxes to Exxon, then I will assume as a voter you don't need me to approve any tax increases for the next 10 years. By the way, that money, that property will be depreciated. Most of the depreciation Exxon has are 10 and 20-year depreciation schedules, so the 10-year ones will never give the school board a penny. The 20-year ones will, when kids in kindergarten are high school students, half as much 10 years from now. You are basically voting to not collect taxes from Exxon and you want me to pay more, I will be a very unhappy voter. I give Exxon money at the gas pump. I don't need to give Exxon money with my property taxes. Thank you.
My name is Jarrett Guidry. I'm a teacher in the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. My salary is below the national average right now because this board did not have enough money to give me a raise. As much as I appreciate the stipends I have received from you, and thank you for voting yes for those, that money ends up paying for materials inside my classroom because the materials I get from the board will not last an entire year. I am taking money from my family to provide materials for my students. You have a choice, board members, and I need you to choose my family, me, and my students who you took an oath to serve with your job by voting against this tax exemption.
Mr. Hayden Crockett.
Good evening, board members. My name is Hayden Crockett, and I'm a 7th grader at Sherwood Middle Magnet. I am here tonight to ask you not to approve this new exemption that ExxonMobil is requesting. I have been a student in the EBR school system for 9 years. In that time, I have learned that everyone has to pay their fair share. The programs that I used and loved and learned from are funded by taxes, similar to the one that Exxon is asking for a break on. I also learned that in the year of 2022, Exxon had a net profit of $55.7 billion. That's billion with a B. A perfect example of where this money could be better used for is for playground equipment. My sister's elementary school recently moved to a swing site for the next 2 years. This space was previously a middle school and has had lots of work to be done properly to accommodate elementary students. In an oversight during the planning process, playground equipment wasn't thought of. Concerned parents began to ask questions about it, and soon it became very clear that this was an afterthought. When the students...
Keep going. No.
Yes,
Finish your thought.
A perfect...
Please. Okay.
When the school requested additional funds to either move old equipment or purchase new equipment, they were told there was no money in the budget to fund this request. In a more recent request to the board, my mom, representing my sister's school, is partnered with 2 other parents representing the next 2 elementary schools that have been voted to use the swing site next. This partnership prompting that the request was much more crucial and would impact more students. My mom is hoping that the board agrees with her as she waits for them to make a decision on whether or not they can fund the new request with the joint schools. But it really makes me wonder, if it wasn't in the budget to fund playground equipment, how can it possibly be in the budget to also give one of the most powerful corporations in the world a tax break? The math just ain't mathin'. Thank you.
Thank you, Hayden. Next we have Miss Tammy Mahorn, followed by Stephanie Anthony, followed by Lashina Holmes. Tammy Mahorn. Miss Tammy Mahorn, okay. Stephanie Anthony. Miss Mahorn. Oh, you got the floor. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Tammy Mulhern, and I'm a parent of 2 children in EBR schools. They're in magnet schools. Their schools are great. Their playground's also broken, and the buildings are crumbling. And also Mr. Lewis said today, we're staring a deficit in the face for next year. So I'm not in favor of approving ExxonMobil's request for a tax break. It's not the responsibility of the board to consider economic development or possibly politics. It's your consideration to consider my students and the rest of the students in EBR schools. Also, this tax exemption they're requesting, this project doesn't even create new jobs. So $8.6 million can mean a lot for the EBR schools. It can mean 100 teacher salaries. It can mean 20 new buses. It can mean an actual pay raise for the bus drivers. It can mean a whole lot of shoes, which you guys talked about for 30 minutes. But what does $8.6 million mean for ExxonMobil? So considering the profits, which have already been mentioned, in the time I've been speaking, they made that profit just now. The CFO said their record earnings were due to strong markets, production, and really good cost control. The really good cost control they're talking about is not paying their property taxes. My kids are their really good cost control.
So, Ms. Mahone, that's going to be time, but I'm going to let you finish your thought.
Almost
Go ahead.
done. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
So, ExxonMobil, thank you so much for the work that you've done for our students. Thank you for awarding EBR schools a $1 million grant this summer. That's 10 minutes of profit to you. Please stop throwing us the crumbs. Please pay your property taxes. You can afford it. We can't afford it. Thank you, board. Thank you, Exxon.
Thank you. Stephanie Anthony. Stephanie Anthony. LaShawn Holmes. Lashina Holmes, I'm sorry.
Good evening, board. I'm a parent of a student in EBR. Here today, I read your message there that says, every student, every day, and I wholeheartedly agree. It says to me, our children are the priority, and decision-making related to our children should be beneficial in perpetuity. During my son's years in EBR, he's come home on multiple occasions, all excited about a paper party, where each student is expected to purchase a $25 plus ream of copy paper in exchange for 2 slivers of cold pizza. I have 1 child, but can you imagine a family with multiple children being taxed at $25 per child? All because our schools don't have the necessary resources to provide our classrooms with adequate supplies. ITEP exemptions give away needed resources only to regenerate another funding source, yet again taxing parents through millages and more taxes. If in fact you all believe every student every day, when is that day? If not, then those words, are not true and need to be amended to say some students sometimes and when it's convenient. Either live up to every student every day or give our much needed school tax dollars away to Exxon at the expense of our students. That's the choice you all have. What is your decision? Thank you, board.
Okay. Next we have Wendell Mack, followed by Kirk Green, followed by Angela Reams Brown.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Wendell Mack. I'm a former employee of East Baton Rouge Parish. I retired. I worked 35 years. And my problem is here, every time we have a cut or something as a retiree, we are wind up getting cut. I'm gonna tell you this. When I first came to East Baton Rouge Parish, I was in another parish. I was an administrator in another parish. And I came to this parish because of the benefits that East Baton Rouge Parish offered me. I came here as a teacher at McKinley Miller. And then as time went on, every time we had a problem, that was a cut to retirees. The first time, we was part of the self-insurance of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board. They took us out of that. Then the next time, not that quick, but I'm against the tax exemption for Exxon, and I appreciate if you consider that, Coach.
Thank you, Mr. Kirk Green, Ms. Angela Reams Brown. Next.
Kurt Green, teacher at Westdale Middle School. I'm here to speak on behalf of all the children Exxon won't ever employ. They apparently employed 15. In my class, I have ESL kids. That's English is a second language. That means they can't even speak our language yet you put them in my class. I don't have a para. I don't have somebody who speaks Spanish. I don't have somebody who speaks Urdu. So we're not giving them the resources they need to be successful. I have 504 behavior accommodations. I have ESS academic accommodations, all of that in the same class with up to 28 kids. Can any of y'all do that? Can anybody from Exxon do that? No. And y'all ain't giving me what I need to make sure these kids are successful. I don't have a para. I never had a para, very few times. But you're telling me I have all this in front of me. You're not giving me the resources I need to give them what they need, but you're about to give them a whole bunch of money they don't need. I'm more worried about these kids that they won't ever want to employ. They want to employ 15 at the highest level. We want to talk about magnet programs. What about the resources my kids need? These are my kids. All right? They're the ones that y'all forget about, that you sweep under the rug, that you don't worry about. Oh, they have low test scores. Yes, they do. Yes, they struggle with reading. Yes, they struggle with home situations. Yes, they have all of that and more. And we should provide for them. Y'all are here. You're part of this community, Exxon. You should provide for them too. They're our kids. Now, most of you sitting back there in the fancy suits, your kids ain't never going to go to my class or go to my school. What about the kids in my class? Say no, because they deserve a chance. They already had their chance. They're sitting back there in nice suits, driving nice cars, putting their kids in nice schools.
It's going to be time, Mr. Green.
My kids deserve this too.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Please.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
I think we ought to remind speakers to come up to address the board with their comments.
Yes.
And do this, because addressing members of the audience and things like that is not within our rules of behavior in this body.
Yes, that is noted for the record, and it will be upheld. I ask anybody who comes in to speak, please address the board and not the floor. As we said before we started these proceedings, we want to be very respectful. Everybody's entitled to their own opinions and their own thoughts, and they should not be judged because of that. We ask that everybody please be respectful. Ms. Reams-Brown,
I
you have
agree
the floor.
with you, School Board President, and that applies also to the people who are sitting in the audience.
Yes, ma'am, it does.
I'm Angela Reams-Brown, President of the East Baton Rouge Federation of Teachers and Support Workers. As I viewed the slide that was provided by Exxon, it showed that they gave 120 teachers in North Baton Rouge some supplies. North Baton Rouge, better known as Cancer Alley, because of Exxon. North Baton Rouge is where Exxon is located. Exxon is a neighbor to the North Baton Rouge residents. Last time I checked, that's called being a good neighbor. The East Baton Rouge Parish School System will be facing basic budgetary concerns for the next school year due to limited revenues to address these issues. This year alone, our bus drivers refused to pick up our students from the corner because their buses did not have air conditioning. Some of them had mechanical issues. We had to give them money to do their jobs. It is not your job to give this money away as a board because the money doesn't belong to you. The money belongs to the students. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reams-Brown. Next, we have Catherine Grisby, followed by Hannah Amoroso, followed by Rain.
Good evening, board members. My name is Hannah Amoroso. I'm a parent of 2 students in EBR. First of all, I would like to say that Louisiana is the only state that doesn't exempt or reimburse school systems as part of their ITEP programs. As school board members, you should never be asked to make economic development decisions outside of making decisions for kids inside their classrooms. It's just not your jobs. Knowing that Louisiana is a major outlier in how schools are affected by ITEP, if I were ExxonMobil, I would expect this board would deny this exemption, or at least be gracious to you all and let you know that as a multi-billion-dollar international company, that they are embarrassed to have to ask for this money on the backs of school children. You all have an opportunity tonight to vote unanimously against this and send a message to ExxonMobil and any future ITEP applicant that exemptions will not be given at the expense of our children's education, especially if no permanent jobs are created. This board has a strategic plan in place, and voting for this measure does not further a single part of your strategic plan.
Thank you. Captain Grisby? Okay. That's Ms. Hannah. So, Rain?
Short. Okay. Good afternoon, evening, unclear. Okay, so first I'm going to speak really quickly because you limited us to a minute at the last second. So first, I want to congratulate the board on this windfall of revenue that you guys needed to pay for stuff. Awesome. You must be so excited. The money is just being handed to you. It's great. And congrats on investing on 15 people instead of 2,200 jobs instead of the thousands of students and children in our district. Thanks, Exxon, for investing in the community. ExxonMobil does not need a tax break to invest. We own the river and the port. They need this location. We don't need to give them the money to invest or stay or retain labor. Investments in internships help the company. They will do it anyway. How many people have graduated from the internships and been retained afterwards at Exxon? I would like numbers, always. Someone mentioned the revenue from the sales tax for materials purchases. Is there a contract currently to make sure that these materials and labor are purchased locally and hired locally? Yes or no? $1 million in investments does not go to all of the schools. We have to apply for it. It's not guaranteed or distributed equitably. The investment in the money in the schools would fund a number of programs that cannot exist now and also improve chances of kids on the job market, like computational thinking, robotics engineering, agricultural engineering. We need more kids ready to enter these fields as technology improves and industries like Exxon are phased out due to climate change. Additionally, if we follow the climate commitments to our kids, we would not continue to approve opportunities for industrial projects that do not align with climate change mitigation. Things that were not brought up by ExxonMobil include...
I'll let you finish your thought, but that's time.
Things that were not brought up by ExxonMobil include the water extraction needed for these facilities. Currently, the increased rainfall and water coming down the river are one of the only things keeping the saltwater wedge at bay and ensuring people have safe drinking water in the lower parishes. With increased water extraction upriver, there is less water heading downstream. This is a problem now and in the future. The health impact on local POC communities is also not addressed here. We've not heard or seen the environmental impact statement from this project to analyze it. It is your job to support the children and the students, period, end of discussion. I'm not sure why this fell on you. I don't know who wrote this into the law that you and the Metro Council make these decisions, but no. It is your job to make sure we have the money to do our jobs and to keep us here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Emmanuel Boo Milton, followed by Anna Johnson, followed by Russell Richardson.
Hello. Thank you. I'm here as a concerned citizen. I'm not really sure how tax exemptions for economic development fell on our kids, teachers, and staff, but I don't really think it's logical or it's really like y'all's responsibility for real. And I think that we should leave that to city council, right? The school system's job, I believe, is to retain and find as much money as possible and to support the education for our kids and experiences for our teachers in order to then create, economic development in some pretty good situations. So, and if Exxon needs money from our schools and our kids in order to retain their 2,000 employees, then it's not a sustainable business model and it's really leeching. And also, it's been a lot of your people who've been speaking out against it. So voting for it, I'm not really sure who you're voting for. Are you voting for plant jobs or are you voting for teacher jobs? And this is a school system, not an economic development office. Please vote no.
Also, all speakers coming forward, after I say your name, could you please repeat it so that I am not taking the wrong cue card out of order? Thank you.
Anna Johnson.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm the executive director for the West Baton Rouge Chamber of Commerce, and I would like to voice my support for the ExxonMobil ITEP application. ExxonMobil's expansion in East Baton Rouge is a great example of Louisiana's economic vitality and our ability to attract new investments across a broad range of industries. I'm proud that ExxonMobil's talented workforce continues to manufacture high-quality products that we use all over the globe. This marks a significant investment for the capital region. West Baton Rouge School Board has already unanimously approved the ITEP application for ExxonMobil's West Baton Rouge facility. This is a leg of their innovation suite. So I would like to voice my support today for this, and I hope that you guys will see the residual value of these projects as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board. Thank you. I'm Russell Richardson with the Baton Rouge Area Chamber. Earlier tonight, Joshua Combs, my colleague, submitted some comments about supporting the project. We support the project. I've worked projects for about 11 years at the Baton Rouge Area Chamber as well as the state. Hundreds of projects each year that we work and compete, like Mr. Martin's comments said, that are very competitive nationwide. So I encourage you to see ITEP as your partnership with companies who are part of your community as a means to grow your economic development in your parish. So I just want to reiterate all the other supporters tonight, the comments they've made. We support this project and your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Dr. Gerard Melanson, followed by Storm Matthews, followed by Adam Barry.
Good afternoon, or good evening, EBR School Board. Hey, I'm Dr. Gerard Melanson, and I'm in support of this ITEP initiative for several reasons. A lot of you know of me. I've been in Baton Rouge for over 23 years, and I've done a lot of workforce development, including the North Baton Rouge Training Initiative. But a lot of you don't know what my history is. I was born and raised in Southeast Chicago, and I've seen firsthand through the 80s and 90s where industry left and crime and despair moved in. I view this ITEP and other ITEPs in the future as investments into our community and for jobs and opportunity. My parents were public school teachers, and I understand sometimes the frustration and understanding not having resources in the classrooms. But Illinois' tax base their retirement system was not solvent for a long time because of industry left, and taxes went up on property, sales tax, and income tax. So if we want to maintain our taxes, we need to keep industry here. Therefore, I'm in support of the initiative, not only for now, but also for our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Matthews?
I appreciate the comparison with Illinois, but as Hannah Amoroso said, Louisiana is the only state in this beautiful country that has an ITEP for schools. You know, you want to do ITEP with Metro Council, do your thing, but this is the only state that does it with schools. Louisiana is a resource-rich state, yet we are extremely poor because we like to give tax breaks to the wealthy and not collect from what we have. They say that if they don't do this, Exxon won't come. That's fine. Keep your cancer. We have enough of it here. Go ahead, take your cancer to Texas. Take your cancer to somewhere else. That's fine. We don't want it. We have enough here. They also said that the sales tax revenue will start this year. Are they going to purchase all construction materials from the Cortana Lowe's? Because the only way we get sales tax revenue this year is if it's purchased in EBR. I don't see that happening.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Adam Barry, followed by Jan Moeller, followed by Hayes Jackson.
Thank you for your time. My name is Adam Barry, like a bear. I am the CEO of Bear Process Safety, an industry partner dedicated to reducing risk and improving safety in our community. It's something we're very passionate about. A lot of the points, I am in favor of the bill, of the exemption. A lot of the points have been made, I was going to make, so I'll make some additional points that I did not plan. But there's a comment that we have resources, we have the river, so we will always get jobs. I used to think that. As Mr. Martin pointed out, that's not true. You cannot look any further than recently Baton Rouge lost money from the federal government that was sent to Houston instead of us to be a hydrogen hub. It is not guaranteed. I think that Exxon has proven in a lot of different ways I can list, they are a community partner. We need partners to get our community to where we want it to be. And I think this initiative with the Innovation Suite does just that. So thank you for your time. Whether you vote yes or no, I know you will do so as a betterment of our children, and we appreciate you, and we do not envy your decision.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jan Moeller. I am a resident of East Baton Rouge District 5. I'm a member of the Board of Commerce and Industry, but I'm here in my personal capacity as a father of 2 kids in the Baton Rouge school system. And as a member of the board, I voted for this exemption because this exemption conforms to the rules of the program. But as a voter, I'm asking you to vote this down. Nobody elected me to anything on that board. But as stewards of the school district, you have a responsibility to the kids, not to the shareholders of Exxon. And this is not about whether we support Exxon in this community. I listened very carefully to what the representatives of this company said, and what they did not say was that this project would not come if you don't approve this tax break. They wanted to leave that impression, but they did not say that it wouldn't come. This project creates 0 jobs. The question for you is, should this money go to the shareholders of a giant global corporation or to the kids of Baton Rouge who need the money? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Riley Brumfield McMillan, followed by Helen Jackson, followed by Tanya McMillan. I'm sorry? Thank you.
Instead of giving $4 million to a multi-billionaire company, you could get stuff for better playgrounds, better internet, which is what us kids like to call not giving, and you could hire some people to pick the glass up and take the barbed wire off of our playground.
Thank you, Mr. McMillan. Ms. McMillan, you're up next.
Thank you, guys. I'm Tanya McMillan, parent of a child here in East Baton Rouge Parish School System. And I just want to remind you guys of your fiscal responsibilities. I've heard that word throughout the months when it came to teachers' raises, when it came to bus drivers' raises, when it came to cafeteria workers' raises. I kept hearing fiscal responsibility. I heard the word irresponsible when it came to giving bus drivers raises, when it came to giving teachers raises. The word was irresponsible that was used. You guys were elected to represent and to vote and to do things for the betterment of the children of East Baton Rouge Parish School System. We are not economists. I also remember someone saying we have a math problem. We have a numbers problem. Heard that several times over the last couple of months. Allowing this multi-billion-dollar company to keep this little chump change is not going to help our math problem. Let us invest the $4 million into our students. That's economic development. Getting them the internet they need to complete their work, getting them proper textbooks. We have teachers who don't even have computers or whiteboards.
It's going to be time, Ms. McMillan. I'll let you finish your thought.
That's economic investment in development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jamie Robertson, followed by Daniel Langford, followed by Fairleigh Jackson. Again, that's Mr. Jamie Robinson, Daniel Langford, and Ms. Fairleigh Jackson. It doesn't have to be in any particular order. Whoever comes to the mic first.
Thank you. President Lannis, I think Helen Jackson and Hayes Jackson actually put comments down that they would like read into the record.
Okay. You have the floor.
Oh, I was going to say, do you want to go ahead and do that, or do you want me to go ahead?
No, ma'am. All comments are going to be read into the record are going to be after all the everyone who wishes to speak.
Oh, okay. I'm Fairleigh Jackson, District 5. I am not paid by anyone that benefits from this vote. by the company, by the auxiliary, anything like that. But I do have a special interest, and that special interest is that this school district succeeds. And I truly want every single one of you to succeed. I really, really do. So I don't think you can turn away $4 million right now. $370,000 a year on top of 5.9 in exemptions that we already give this corporation as of last year. We desperately need that. We desperately need it. We can't give our teachers raises. We can't give our bus drivers raises. Our cafeteria workers. We can't get a playground for a school that's going to serve 3 elementary schools and then a K through 8 because we're being told there's no money for that. This makes no sense. So I won't address the people I wanted to address, so I'm going to ask you. Will you please then ask Exxon to buy us playground equipment, tennis shoes, fix some ceiling tiles, do all those things that we don't have the money for, and ask them.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Excuse me? Sorry.
It's okay. Thank you. Mr. Langford?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You have the mic.
And I'm Daniel Lamford, ESS paraprofessional at Jefferson Terrace Academy. And originally I supported this measure, but after hearing the audience comments and watching a video, being reminded of a video that explains the ITEP program better than I decided to be against it because I want to make sure that these big businesses like Exxon, I don't know about Exxon in particular, but there are a lot of corporations that are not paying their fair share of taxes while we citizens, regular people, are having to pay taxes. And it's not helping our schools. I agree with Exxon. I agree with what they're doing to help people, but I would encourage you to also watch a YouTube video on why Louisiana stays poor. And it's partly due to the ITEP program, these big tax exemptions for businesses, but where we're still having to pay all these taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jamie Robinson, followed by Ms. Hannah Birchman, followed by Mr. David Ho.
My name is Hannah Birchman. I live in District 9. I had 6 kids in EBR. I now homeschool 4 of them because the district will not provide a free and appropriate education for children with dyslexia, which is a protected disability under IDEA. I wonder if instead of giving these tax exemptions, how many, certified academic language therapists our district could hire to address the 1 in 4 children in our classrooms that have dyslexia. Or the $250, the bare minimum it would take to have our teachers certified to just be able to identify kids with dyslexia. My kids have been at Flame since 2015. I don't really know how Exxon has benefited the kids at Flame. It surely was not identifying any of my 4 children with dyslexia or any of the other dozens of kids in that school or across the parish. So you're here to serve the students. You don't pay a living wage to our bus drivers, to our cafeteria workers, to our paras. We can't get our kids safely to school, and our teachers need a raise. Serve the students. Let's let Exxon pay for cults. Let's let Exxon provide services for kids with dyslexia or other ways in which you, our district, are failing our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. David Ho. Is he still? Okay. Mr. David Ho is here. Mr. Jamie Robinson. Okay, he's here now. Mary Ellen Slater. You have the floor.
Hi, I'm David Howe, and I'm a resident in District 6 and an engineer at ExxonMobil.
I ask the school board to support this ITEP application to continue to give our local students opportunities right here in Baton Rouge, where it can bring benefits as quickly as next year's school board budget. And if the project is uncompetitive in Baton Rouge, no benefit will be brought to the parish. I've lived in Baton Rouge since 2016, where I have become a homeowner, a volunteer in organizations like Baton Rouge Youth Coalition, United Way, local schools, and as well as many other nonprofits. I grew up in Illinois, and I grew up through the Illinois public school system, where they educated me, supported me as an ESL student, and a low-income family, and a low-income student, and on free lunch, and sent me to one of our nation's top university at MIT. Since I left Illinois in 2011, I haven't been able to give any of my time or resources to the state of Illinois because of the business environment where Illinois ranked third in the worst losses of business in 2021
Mr. Howard,
after New York and California.
But I'm going to let you finish your thought.
So I ask the school board to support and vote yes to continue to give our local student opportunities right here in Baton Rouge and bring additional revenue to the parish in 2024. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. For a long time in this parish, I've stood at this podium and told you that we are continuing to rob Peter to pay Paul. Now you have the opportunity to stop stealing from Rob and just pay Peter honestly. And what do those honest dollars come from? Property taxes. You can't expect hardworking citizens who already struggle to make ends meet in today's economy to pay taxes and not allow a $50 billion company to not pay property taxes to our school board. Exxon can afford to pay their staff a livable wage. This school board cannot. You guys have told us we couldn't give teachers a pay raise. Why? Because you didn't have the money. You told us we couldn't get the new buses. Why? Because you didn't have the money. You don't have the money for the real resources and materials that teachers are asking you for that make children academically successful. You can continue to be concerned about this economy. You better concern yourself with the welfare of our children.
Thank you. Ms. Mary Allen Slater.
Yeah, so Mary Ellen Slater, District 5 resident, and I am a parent of 2 children in EBR schools. I am also a small business owner in Mid-City where I have to pay all of my taxes. This isn't a vote on Exxon as an employer. No doubt, they are awesome, right? Great benefits, great retirement. It's not a vote on the merits of this specific project. As a shareholder in Exxon, however tiny, I am super excited to see them investing in initiatives like this in terms of sustainability and climate change. Respectfully, these things are not germane to the responsibility of this board. This is a vote on whether this school system can afford to gift Exxon $3.6 million right now. I've been attending the last 3 board meetings, and I've heard, just like everybody else, how tight money is. I'm hearing how we don't have money for buses, we don't have money for teacher raises. You know, respectfully, we cannot afford to gift them this money. Please vote no on this exemption.
Thank you. Next, we have Rory Denicola, followed by Maria Harmon, followed by Ashoka. I don't want to mispronounce your last name. Okay.
Good evening. I'm Rory Denicola. I work for ExxonMobil in Public Affairs. Thank y'all for bearing with this long evening. I appreciate your time. A couple of things I wanted to say. I like to always say 0 from 0 is 0. It's something I like to talk about. So if the project does not come, there is no investment. And what people don't realize, ITEP is not, it's what we need to remind people, that ITEP is a temporary abatement. It's not a permanent exemption. Money starts coming in immediately with sales tax. So if we start buying things when this project is approved, we start receiving that sales tax immediately for this parish. So that means money is received for your schools for 2024. That's almost $6 million that you could receive from sales taxes. That does help your 2024 budget. Capital investment has grown. I know you saw the chart in the last 5 years. That's because capital investment, that's property taxes, sales taxes, that grows. That's the 145 million that you have seen EBR schools. So obviously I do approve and hope you approve this ITEP exemption.
Thank you. Ms. Maria Harmon.
Good evening. Again, I'm Maria Harmon. I'm representing Step Up Louisiana and also the Baton Rouge NAACP, where I serve as the chair of their education committee. And I'm here to encourage you to vote no on this tax exemption, essentially because we do not fiscally have the money to give away right now. $300,000 a year for the next 10 years would be a great help. You can't afford a raise for your educators, you can't afford a raise for your bus drivers, can't afford a raise for the food service workers. We're dealing with children who are dealing with everyday ills as far as the need for wraparound supports, trauma, and resources to accommodate those needs. All of those things cost money. I understand the contributions that Exxon has made to the school district, but I'm not sure if it really amounts to the tax exemptions that they walk away with. Essentially, we ain't got it. You know, we can't afford it. And we're trusting in you as our elected school board to hold the fiduciary responsibilities to ensure that the school district runs effectively. And if we don't have the funds and we see a
That's going to be time, Ms. Harmon. I'll let you finish your thought.
Thank you. If we move into next year facing a significant shortfall of a deficit and leaving money on the table, is just not astute and responsible as leaders of the school district. Thank you.
Thank you. And when you make it to the mic, could you please pronounce your last name for me? I'm sorry about that.
Hi, my name is Ashok Agrawal.
Agrawal. Okay, thank you.
I am an ExxonMobil employee in Baton Rouge. I'm also a Baton Rouge resident. I speak for myself, not for the company. I am opposed to this tax exemption. I do think it is important to incentivize capital investments in our parish, but you should also incentivize any capital investment, whether that's a person building a home, starting a business, or a teacher purchasing school supplies for their classroom. The fact that we produce products is not a good rationale for approving exemption for that business only. You should either incentivize all investment or none at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Dana Mitchell, followed by Evelyn Ware Jackson, followed by Meg Mahoney.
Good evening. My name is Dana Michelle, and I'm an ExxonMobil employee. I asked the school board to do what is best for our schools, and in this case, it is supporting ExxonMobil's ITEP application. If these projects move forward, the school system can expect to begin collecting sales taxes as soon as construction would begin in 2024 to address the system's needs. In 2022, ExxonMobil paid 33% more in property taxes and 29% more in sales taxes than the previous 5 years. This is a direct result of capital investments like the modernization project at our refinery and the expansion project at our polyolefins plant, both of which received ITEP approvals. ITEP does not, quote, give away tax revenue funding from local jurisdictions simply because the tax revenue does not yet exist. These projects are not finalized. They are a future potential opportunity for Baton Rouge. If ExxonMobil does not move forward with the project, the local entities will not receive any additional funding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Meg Mahoney. I'm in District 8. Thank you very much to the board for your service. I'm here to speak on in support of the ITEP for ExxonMobil and this suite of innovative projects. I think these are, from an economic development perspective, the type of projects that we want to see legacy companies in the energy sector investing in for the future jobs of all the students in our school system. This presentation you saw earlier showed that ExxonMobil has paid over $145 million in taxes over the last 5 years, which is significant. And the sales tax, like has been mentioned, that come from these types of projects kick in immediately. So I think, the property tax, when the projects are complete, ITEP also is not a 100% exemption. So those property taxes, when the projects go into service, come to the school system upon startup of those projects as well. So I ask for your favorable support. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Ms. Evelyn Ware Jackson, followed by Edgar Cage, followed by Keith Davenport. I think it's Davenport. Okay.
Hello, I'm Evelyn Ware Jackson, District 5. The guidelines for considering ITEP exemptions were set by the board through a long and careful process a few years ago. It was set so that you could make unbiased decisions even when you have to consider applicants that are your friends. This document should be included in your backup for all ITEP considerations so you can stay true to the students of the district and true to the process that has already been approved by the board to make your job a little easier. I'm so pleased to see Exxon continuing to be active in the community and making long-needed steps to be responsible in recycling. But please listen to the hundreds of your constituents' needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Edgar Cage.
Oh, yes, and thank you, Chair. My name is Edgar Cage. Every student, every day. And I'm here in support of the students in this system. ExxonMobil has been in the area over 100 years. They've been involved with these exemptions since the 30s. And each of these exemptions, if you go back and look at the presentations, each of these exemptions come with the promise of increased revenue for this board and the other taxing entities. A promise. If we had received the revenue that had been promised, we would not be in the situation we're in today. So I ask you to look for a cost-benefit analysis and go back and see if this board actually received what you were promised. I guarantee you that you won't. So every student, every day, October 19th is a day. Let's make it a day for the student. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Keith, and forgive me if I'm saying this wrong, Andre Punt?
Yeah, that's close enough.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so my name's Keith Andrepunt.
Gotcha.
Keith Andrepunt with ExxonMobil. I'm an environmental supervisor at the complex. Just want to reiterate, these projects are not guaranteed. I sit every day trying to lobby for them to come to us. What I'll say, I think Louisiana's in a time where we're competing amongst a lot of states for investment right now. It's critical we maintain investments to keep the tax revenue growing in the future. Fighting every day, recruiting kids from LSU right now, students to come work for us. They're really excited about the innovation suite we're proposing. So a lot of competition I'm seeing every day, trying to get LSU students to stay home and stop leaving the state. That's obviously a problem we're well aware of. So please approve the ITEP, continue investing here in Louisiana and Baton Rouge in particular for future growth and opportunities for future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, at this time now, that is the last comment card to speak on the item. I will now read the comment cards that said they did not wish to speak. First, we have Danella Washington, who opposes and says, how can we exempt $5.9 million when we can't even pay our staff and teachers? That's money that can be used for salaries and raises. Ann Stone, oppose. Ann Trappy, support moving forward on ITEP. James Pino, he supports the recommendation. Chris Barker supports the recommendation. Kim Wallet supports Exxon ITEP. Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Kim, Chris Barker. Yeah, I'm sorry. It said did not wish to speak, but I was told that you want to speak, so that's fine.
I work in our property tax department. That allows me to see a unique perspective on this because I'm the one filing the returns. I signed up to do that out of college, believe it or not. So with that, it allows me to see what our revenue has done over the past few years. So from 2016, we paid property taxes of $33 million. This year, we're going to pay $58 million. 11 million of that is year over year. So we paid 47 last year, 58 this year. A part of that is from a past ITEP approval that you awarded us for our polypropylene growth project, which added in $1.5 million year over year, and that will continue for 10 years. And then when it falls off, it's $4 million a year in tax revenue after that. So I say all that just to let the board know that we do pay our tax. We pay a lot of tax. And in addition to that, we do compete, like so many other people have stated, with Baytown and Beaumont and our other facilities. So it's not a given. We compete outside the company as well as within the company. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barker. All right. Shane Wilkerson supports the item. Sorry, I can't pronounce that last name because the writing is so small, but it's Mr. Frank is what I'll say. Supports the item. Great investment for the Baton Rouge community. Taylor Watson supports this item. Darylyn Pugh, I support this request because of the positive impact on the community. Brandon Smith supports this item. Lane Peterson supports this item. Lance Glasper, I support ExxonMobil's ITEP application. Mr. Keith Underpoint, he supports, but he already spoke. Barbara Beckman supports the recommendation. Tanisha Ellis supports the recommendation. Jessica Parfait opposes the recommendation. Nanette Gray supports the recommendation. As a small business owner, I support the ITEP for Exxon for their innovation suite. The impact of new spending has a positive ripple effect on businesses like mine and the community overall. Meg Mahoney also spoke already, but also put another card in support of the recommendation. Hayes Jackson also spoke already. I am a student, and I think that this should be opposed because it would be better for fellow students. And Helen Jackson opposes. I oppose this item because we really want a playground, but we were told there is no money. Okay, at this time now, we have one more. Okay. Erin Hansen. Yeah, she can speak. This is the last one.
Thank you. My name is Erin Hansen. I just wanted to comment on the revenue that East Baton Rouge Parish lost to ITEP, specifically to Exxon, over the last 6 years. It looks like from 2016 to 2021, Exxon avoided paying $156 million in property taxes because of ITEP exemptions. That money could go a long way. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. At this time now, we have no more comment cards, but for the record, I just want everyone to see that this has been a very insightful informative comment section tonight. As you all can see, this is the block of cards from everyone who wanted to speak on this particular item. We will now come to our board for public comment. First in the queue, we have Madam Vice President, Ms. Carla Powell-Lewis.
Thank you. Before I start, I want to say thank you to everyone who spoke in regards to this item tonight, whether you spoke in favor or you spoke in opposition. I appreciate all of your statements. I can't speak for my colleagues, but I know for some that they appreciate this as well. I will ask my colleagues for a bit of grace tonight. I know that usually when I preside, I don't pay attention to the timer. I even have one of my colleagues who will take his finger, Mr. Russ, and go, telling me to wrap it up. And so with that in mind, I ask for a bit of grace. First thing I want to ask, if someone representing Exxon will come to the mic and tell us really quickly with what you presented to us, if you could state it once again, whether or not this will affect any jobs. Will this increase any jobs? Will this affect any jobs? We just want to revisit that. We've had a lot of robust conversation.
So I'm Jennifer Pepera. I spoke earlier. Thank you for the opportunity to answer that question. So ExxonMobil in Baton Rouge is always hiring. We're hiring every year. Last year we hired over 350 new employees. We continue to do that because our workforce continues to age and retire. So we continue to have to bring in new employees to feed that organization and operation. What we're committing to in addition to that is highlighting that we're focusing on our North Baton Rouge Training Initiative graduates to also hire some of those direct into new jobs into the facility. So the positions are the same, but the hiring is continuing to grow. And as long as we keep investment coming into the facility, we will continue to hire to support those positions.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
The next I wanted to share is I got a chance to ask the principals in my area what were their thoughts about this particular item, and especially those who have received support from Exxon. Their statements were that the benefits that Exxon brings to their schools, for their teachers, for their students, is much greater than the tax exemption that is being asked. So, first of all, or second, third, fourth, fifth, I forgot to say this. My name is Carla Powell-Lewis. I am a taxpayer. I'm a property taxpayer. I live in District 3. And I am a teacher who has benefited from the support of Exxon. I have seen students receive the support from Exxon. I have seen students go on to get jobs as a result of the connections that they have had and that they have built and the partnerships that they have built throughout their years supported by Exxon programs. Now, if we want to see our students get a chance to have even more experiences, then that means that we need to challenge our superintendent and his staff to create even more partnerships. District 3, a property taxpayer, a teacher, and a parent. That's the first part. Aside from that, my next thought was, you know, I've watched recycling programs. I've watched us say that we're going to collect recycling items, that we're going to put them in a bin, that we're going to take it, you know, and add to whatever kind of programs and projects. But what has been shown by research is that we don't do anything with the things that we say that we're going to recycle. The program that has been brought by Exxon today gives ideas of what can happen if we actually begin to work towards recycling again. Right now, we're just building 2 landfills. This company is willing to assist with that. I totally agree with the community in stating that this might not be the school board's assignment. But what will we do in the meantime until we transition this particular ITEP idea to being a city parish assignment? I've heard people talk about, oh, we might not lose them as an industry. We might not lose this project. We may lose this project. They may leave. What happens to the jobs? So the question is, what will happen to the jobs? In my community, people thrive off of the job that they have with these industries. What will happen if they actually leave? What will happen if we don't have this particular project? These are the questions that we need answers to. We talk about, in the case that we reject this tax exemption, that we're going to have so much more money to operate with. We have watched the money that we have had to operate with not be spent wisely. Are we really at a place to say we want more money that may not be spent wisely? It's like saying my child or my brother, you know, he has wasted his paycheck. He didn't spend his money wisely. I'm going to give him some more. Or am I going to help invest in ways that I can? We have heard many talk tonight about what could be done with the money. I challenge our superintendent and our staff that whenever we get to a place where we have more money, that we would use it towards those different interesting and unique projects. But as of right now, when we think about our community, when I think about the people that we have been charged to represent, those that are here tonight aren't even half. Maybe we need to speak to them. Maybe we need to speak to the people who are not here tonight. But I can tell you, for those in my community, Exxon is a friend of ours. If we want to see Exxon's programming in more schools and we want to see better jobs and all of this, we need to understand what workforce development is. I'm in support of this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I'm sorry. Madam Vice President. Next in the queue, we have School Board Member Mark Ballou.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. This is a really simple decision for me. I support the approval of the ITEP application. I think it's in the best long-term financial interest of our school system. It'll expand our tax base if it goes forward by the property tax base by roughly $75 million. And then since it's not a 100% tax exemption, it's 80%, even the first year we'll see increase in tax revenue if this project goes forward. To do otherwise would just be to gamble that maybe this project would still happen and the return on investment calculations that were made wouldn't be affected too much without ITEP. I know that's not the case. It would affect this potential project and opportunity as well as others in the future. So I'm not willing to gamble that away, and I support this proposal.
Thank you, Board Member Ballou. Next in the queue, we have School Board Member Cliff Lewis.
I'll try to be brief too, Mark, but just one question. Can somebody from Exxon come up and please tell me if you're going to purchase materials to start in East Baton Rouge Parish from East Baton Rouge Parish vendors? Somebody said earlier that we would be purchasing. One of my constituents.
So much of our piping and our wire and our insulation is purchased from vendors here in East Baton Rouge Parish. And those are all parts of these facilities that could potentially go into our plant.
Okay.
So yes, we will be spending money and creating sales tax with the things that we purchase and that our contractors purchase for us on our behalf.
Good, thank you. There's been a lot of numbers thrown around tonight. We've thrown around, $5.9 million, $370,000 a year times 10 years. But the bottom line is, well, just from a historical standpoint, this is a wonderful quote by John Bell Edwards. I wonder if that quote was for this particular project or was that for another project? Don't know. But it wasn't until 2016 that a governor of Louisiana decided to give school boards, sheriff's departments, metro councils, city councils, whatever you want to call them, the right to say yay or nay. For half a century or more, no one had a choice. It was 100% bottom line, didn't nobody have a say-so. But John Bell Edwards, I think he saw the writing on the wall. He knew that municipalities, school boards, people like that, needed to have a choice. Because the exemptions over half a century or more, we lost billions of dollars in schools, metro councils, billions of dollars. So I think John Bell Edwards was throwing us a lifeline in 16. In 22, there were $5.9 million in exemptions. Exxon was the greatest benefactor, receiving about $5 million of those dollars. Somebody mentioned earlier tonight about taking an oath for this office. I was asked a question about ITEP a couple years ago. My response was straightforward and simple. If it creates new jobs, I can support it. If it doesn't, I can't. This one does not. It does not, it says in their own statements, it does not create new jobs. There's going to be some jobs retained, but as far as new jobs, nowhere in their documents do I see where it creates new jobs. I'm really appreciative of Ms. Jackson coming to the podium, bringing to my remembrance the resolution in 21. There's rules that the previous board put in place for us to deal with or refer to when it came to ITEP. I was sitting right out there the night that all of that took place. We hadn't gone over that. We hadn't seen that. It hadn't been on the cow. We hadn't looked at it. At least I haven't. I haven't seen it. In 2016, there were more than 121 million exemptions. We cannot become a 21st century school. We can't even become a 21st century state if we continue with the education standards that we have in Louisiana. If we continue to miss the mark with our education. I joined this board for one reason only. To try to improve the standard of education for the children in this district. That's why I'm sitting up here. With that being said, I cannot support this. I'm not going to support it. I'm not going to give money away that could benefit our schools and our children. And I know it's going to come in sales tax and property tax and all that stuff. But historically, property taxes in Louisiana have been low anyway. Because in 1982, 40% of the state's general fund was in oil and gas. And in 22, it has shrank to less than 4% of our state general fund because of legislation, regulations, a whole lot of things. So we got this whole big ball of history wrapped around ITEP and how it impacts our school systems and how and where we live. Thank you for the grace, but I am not supporting this item.
Thank you, Coach. I'm sorry, School Board Member Cliff Lewis. The time is now 8:48. Understanding that we still have, because we haven't voted on this item, we still have 2 more items to get to. I'm going to ask now that we extend this meeting, or that we, because I have to get a motion, that we get a motion to extend this meeting past 9 a.m. I'm sorry, 9 p.m. It must be late. I know I'm tired.
No, yeah.
Y'all, excuse me, brain fried. Extend this meeting past 9 p.m. to 9:30. Now, I don't think we're going to be here to 9:30. However, with the time being so close, we have to make that. So, School Board Member Patrick Martin Sanders in the air, make the motion. Seconded by Ms. Shoshone Stewart. I'll come back to our board. Is there any comment on extending the meeting? All right, seeing no names in the queue to extend the meeting at this time now, we'll go to the general public. If there's anybody who'd like to speak on us extending the meeting so we can get to all of our items. Okay, seeing them. Yes, sir. School Board Member Mark Ballou.
Just real quick, will the time limits for comment remain in place since we're extending the meeting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just to ensure that we can, get everybody out on time, because we have to hit that 9:30 mark. Otherwise, we will have to suspend all rules, and I think nobody wants to do that tonight. So, again, if there's not any other opposition, again, we went to the board. No comment cards from the public. We come back to the board. Okay, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote.
And this is to extend the meeting past 9 o'clock to 9:30. And it has to be a unanimous vote, by the way. So everyone would have to vote yes in order for us to do so.
Where does it, is it a roll call? Or
No, it should come on your computer.
Oh, I see it. Thanks.
No problem, Coach.
The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Coming back to the queue, we have School Board Member Patrick Martin.
Thank you, President Landis. I agree with everything that my colleague, Vice President Carla Powell-Lewis said. I also want to thank everybody who spoke so passionately this evening, particularly our students who came and did an exceptional job, as they almost always do when they testify to us. I've thought a lot about this item over the past few weeks. I think listening to all the conversation tonight, I disagree with a lot of the characterization that was brought out tonight. This was either a vote for the big corporation or a vote for our kids, and I disagree with that characterization, because I'm up here to support our children. I think it's almost a philosophical issue. Is do you look at this as revenue lost or revenue gained? And if you believe that ExxonMobil will make this investment, that the corporate level people that decide that make these decisions in other headquarters far away from us, if you believe that they would send this plant here no matter what, then it's revenue lost, right? We ought to stick it to them. If, however, you believe that these corporate decision makers have ExxonMobil shareholders' bottom line and financial interest at the foremost of their mind, and they're going to make these decisions driven by those factors, then you have to believe that they're not going to move and make this investment here without the kind of incentives that are currently being offered. And in which case, approving this is revenue gained. We immediately get the 20% share of the property taxes that's not covered by the exemption. We get the sales tax revenue that comes from the construction purchases and so forth. You know, there's been the suggestion that you know, ExxonMobil has no choice but to stay here, right? Because of the river, because of whatever, because we're willing to tolerate, you know, this type of industry in the area. You know, I think that the people in Detroit felt pretty secure that the auto industry was there forever, and it wasn't, right? And businesses that don't grow, that don't expand, that don't move into new markets, like this really amazing advanced molecular recycling program, are businesses that die. And so that's why I believe that a vote for this ITEP exemption is a vote for the future, is a vote that's in the best interest of our children, and that's why I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last name. I'll enter the queue really quick. I will not be long. What I will say is that it's not anyone's job on our board to tell somebody how to vote. Everybody's going to vote in their own interest, and also I think the interest is the school system, regardless of where they fall. What I will also say is that I have stood on both sides. When I first got on the board in 2019, I voted against the exemption for Exxon, but I also challenged them too. I didn't just say I'm going to vote no. I said I'm going to vote no, and I want you all to show an investment that you're going to make inside of our school system. Come 5 years later, they have not only made investments this year, they have made continuous investments. What I will say is this, though. Louisiana is 50th in the nation. We are 46th in education. We are 49th in infrastructure. We are 49th in natural environment, and we are 48th in opportunity. Everything we hear tonight is about kids leaving because there's no opportunity. There's no jobs. When you come to North Baton Rouge, you don't even have grocery stores. All you have is fast food restaurants, and you can't get any of those local small businesses to stay there because it's not a sustainable enough income base to keep them there. At some point, you have to invest somewhere. Again, I can't tell anybody how to vote, but if we're going to invest as a community, we have to do so. Baton Rouge in the capital region is 25 years underdeveloped behind the next capital city, which would be Jackson, Mississippi. And that's saying a lot. That really is saying a lot. And that's no knock to Jackson, Mississippi. There's no knock to our city. But we have to make some things, we have to do things differently, and we have to be smarter and wiser about the way that we conduct ourselves in terms of the way we spend our dollars. So I'll stop there. Madam Secretary, seeing no other names inside of the queue, let me just check to be sure. Please call for the vote.
Just a reminder, I believe Mr. Martin knows we need to make sure the motion is to approve the item for clarification.
Yes, that's correct. My motion is to approve the ITEP exemption.
Thank you. In the second.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, because it said discussion and consideration. So the motion on the floor right now is to approve the item on the floor. Okay. Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving along to the next item, I-1 grants. Fostering Diverse Schools Demonstration. Consideration of a request for the acceptance of the Fostering Diverse Schools Demonstration Grant Project Seed, Schools Empowerment Through Economic Diversity in the amount of $13,214,698. Please, as you all are exiting out, we ask you please be respectful. There's still a meeting going on. We ask that you do so quietly or as quietly as you can. Project Seed, School Improvement Through Economic Diversity in the amount of $13,214,698 to increase access and equity in diverse and inclusive learning environments at Twin Oaks Elementary, Glasgow Middle, and Broadmoor High School and related matters. Can I get a motion? Moved by School Board Member Michael Goday, seconded by School Board Member Patrick Martin. Okay. We'll first come to our board for comment. Seeing no names inside the queue at this time, we got School Board Member Mark Ballou. You're in the queue.
Sure. Did they mention they were going to discuss this grant and as far as how it was going to be spent?
Yes.
Okay.
They broke down each school. As they said, each school is going to get an allocation. So it's only going to 3 schools. Over the course of 5 years? Over the course of 5 years, yes, sir.
All right. That's good.
Yes. And it's also inside of the backup documentation in case anybody needs to see the full breakdown. Okay? That wraps up your question. All right, sir. Thank you. Next in the queue, we have School Member Patrick Martin.
Thank you. Just very quickly, are there any kind of matching fund requirements or anything like this? This is just $13 million to benefit our kids.
That is correct.
That's hard to oppose.
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay. That's all the names in the queue at this time. I'll just ask really quickly, can we take the check to the bank and cash it?
We will follow all legal procedures.
Oh, man.
The board votes.
Thank you, counsel. All right. Seeing all the names in the queue at this time, we'll now come back to our board. I'm sorry, to the public. 1 second. Okay. Seeing no cue cards for this item, we come back to our board. School Board Member Michael Goday, you're in the queue.
Yes, just very quickly. I know it's late, but I just want to give a shout out to all the staff and faculty and everything at these schools and the district administration for all the work that they put in. You know, these grants just don't happen, and I think that we have become much more aggressive in pursuing these grants and qualifying for them. So kudos to our staff, kudos for our superintendent and others for doing this, because that's $13 million that we didn't have yesterday. And I just didn't want that to go by without a note of appreciation for all the hard work that went into getting this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, thank you, School Board Member Michael Goday, and I'll just concur to that. I think, we always get a lot of people in here, for the hot button issues, but when it's something like this, again, $13 million, nothing to sneeze at. I would hope that in the future we get more people that would give some praise to that and be willing to speak to that. So kudos to the district. Thank you to the entire team. 13 million is going to go a long way for those schools, and let's just keep putting our best foot forward. Thank you. Seeing all the names in the queue at this time, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. All right. At this time now, we will go to our last votable item of the night. What'd you say, Coach Hot Dog? Hot Dog, okay. This is item I-4, litigation, discussion / consideration of the acceptance or rejection of an offer of a settlement in the case of Singleton, Kays, Nyman, and Feeney versus the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board suite number C719-019057, Division 30, 19 JDC, to provide for related matters. Can I get a motion?
Can I have a?
Yes, sir, you got it.
I'd just like to ask our chief counsel, is it required that we do pass any kind of a motion on this, or is non-action acceptable?
There could be a non-action. If there's a motion and no second, then that would be the item fails.
But we're not required by the court to provide an answer.
No, sir.
This is an offer, and we can just.
I misunderstood your question.
Okay.
That's correct. Yes,
we're not required by the court to.
Yes, sir.
So, has anyone made a motion yet?
No, there's no motion on the floor, but the motion was offered, so anybody can make the motion.
I would move to defer this to later, to undetermined date.
Okay. Is there a wait 1 second. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to move this item to a date uncertain. Okay, and we have a second. So that motion was made, 1 second, by School Board Member Michael Gode, seconded by School Board Member Patrick Martin. Okay, so that's what's on the floor at this time. I'll now come to our board to see if we have any comment on this item. All right, I see School Board.
Not on that.
Okay, so I see School Board Member Michael Gode. Okay. Out. All right, we come back to public on the item and see that we have Miss Evelyn Ware Jackson.
Was he nice on the substitute? Because he did a substitute.
No, it's not a substitute because nobody never made a motion. So he made the original motion and he made the second.
Okay.
So if anybody would like to offer a substitute, you can. The floor is still open to do so. At this time now, we're going to public comment. Ms. Evelyn Ware Jackson, you have the floor.
Thank you. That somehow doesn't surprise me, but I don't know if you all really know the levity of all of this. You have something before you, an offer that simply says either, accept that 11-member, which we know and understand that you do not want. Personally, if I had that 9-member plan that we presented to you all at the last board meeting in time to present it to the board, I would have certainly done that, because that was the only plan that was on the table that didn't split precincts or break the law was that 11. And I knew personally that was not going to fly, but there was nothing else available. Had we had that 9-member that you all have in your hands now, that does not break the law, that reflects the district the way that it should be, reflects the seats the way that they should be on the board. This is all about government, nothing else but about government and proper representation according to the census data. The plan that you would be pushing forward, that illegal Plan 22 that would certainly just keep flying forward and just keep spending attorney fees when you have something in your hands that proves that you can do the right thing, that you can obey the law. I see no sense whatsoever in pushing this down the road. No action would be to say, well, we want to fight for this Plan 22 that totally misrepresents the people in this district. So I urge you not to kick the can down the road. Please accept the offer and go back to the drawing board. You know you can do a 9-member. Take my name off it. Make it your own.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Seeing no other comment cards at this time, we'll come back to our board. Mr. Shoney Stewart.
I'm
sorry. I'm so sorry. We have 2 people just walked in. Mr. Jamie Robinson, I did have your card, but I put it in here when you gave it to me. I'm so sorry. You have the floor.
Good evening again, board members. We have a parish as a whole that is more than majority African American. We have a city that this school board services, because you don't service Zachary, Central, and Baker. You service majority the city of Baton Rouge outside of where the students from Northeast comes from. That is more than 80% African American. We should have a board that is reflective of those demographics. We have a school district that is more than 80% African American. That's our babies we're talking about. We should have a school board that is reflective of those numbers. We should not have, when we run for school board seats, we shouldn't have to, you all know the hassle of how big these districts are. You cannot service so many children and do it with fidelity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Kathy Carmichael, followed by Ms. Hannah Amoroso, followed by Ms. Maria Harmon.
Good evening, Kathy Carmichael, a resident of EBR School Board District 7. I have 3 children in the schools district. I would like to concur with my colleague, Evelyn Ware. Let's not delay. Let's settle. Let's not adopt an illegal map. How many meetings are we going to waste our precious time and our taxpayers on this topic? Why would we delay to an unknown date? Let's find a map that is representative of our community. Let's do it. Let's set a whole meeting and do that. But I'm tired of talking about it, and there's really no reason for you to delay it. So I would propose that question. I know we're not allowed to ask questions, but why would we delay? What's the reason? That's my question. Do not delay. Settle, move on. This is a very, very serious matter. The world is watching you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Amoroso.
Hi, Hannah Amoroso, also a resident of District 7. I am here asking you to not delay this vote. Don't push it to a date uncertain. Don't kick it down the road. We need a map that's reflective and fair, period. And that's what we need, and that's what we want. Please do not delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Maria Harmon.
Good evening again, Maria Harmon, representing Step Up Louisiana in the Baton Rouge NAACP, and I'm a resident in District 6, and just encouraging y'all to not kick this down the road. Make a decision as soon as possible, please. Handle the business that we need and entrust y'all to do as this board. For far too long, Black voters have been disenfranchised, have had their voices limited, due to constraints and remnants of white supremacy. I'm not saying that anybody serving on this board is a racist or a white supremacist. What I'm talking about is a power structure and a concept that we have to be honest that we live with every day in our society. That we are reminded of it. And how these lines are drawn is a clear indication of that. It's time to handle business. It's time because our constituents do not have the time to wait. We have been waiting long enough. I mean, we're dealing with a school district that has had the longest deseg order in the country. So it's time to handle business. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Farley Jackson.
I apologize for the marker written on the comment card. You know, I'm here again. We were here late one night, and this is just going to keep going. And last time I definitely supported y'all deferring this, but it's just getting to a point where we're paying an attorney to sit here for hours on end. That's hundreds and hundreds of dollars. So we need to stop doing that, and we need to move this forward. You know, we've given away millions of dollars tonight. Let's stop giving it to attorneys. Let's deal with business. The business of this board is to make sure you have a fair map. Deal with it, please. You have a really great opportunity to settle this. So, thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no other cue cards at this time, we will now come back to the board. Mr. Shoney Stewart, you're in the queue.
I would like to do a substitute motion for us to be able to accept or reject the settlement offer on this litigation, and that's what I want to do.
Okay. Can I offer a friendly?
Yeah, a friendly.
The friendly would be that we go into executive session to discuss.
That's fine. We got to get a second.
That's going to require a motion, a second, and a
Right.
vote of the board.
Right. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to go into executive session. We have a second on the floor. The motion was made by Mr. Shoney Stewart. Second. Seconded by Ms. Carla Powell-Lewis, Vice President Carla Powell-Lewis. Okay.
To go into executive session.
So, all right, so we come back to our board for comment. Seeing no names in the queue at this time, We will go to the public for public comment. Is there anyone to speak on it? You go. Come on. No, you're good. You're good. So look, even as long as we get the cards before you leave or before we get off the item, you're fine. All right. So, Mr. Robinson, this is to go into executive session to discuss the matter.
Thank you, Board President Lanus, for the friendly motion that you made. First, thank you for your motion, because you guys cannot continue to kick the can down the road. You guys know what the Voter Rights Act says. You guys know that this is wrong. Right is right. Wrong is still wrong. Do the right thing. So thank you, Board Member Stewart, and thank you, President Lanus, for offering to take this into executive session. Hopefully hopefully this passes, and hopefully you guys have a productive conversation where you actually seek to listen to one another and effectively communicate, where you're not listening just to rebuttal, but listening to where there's a solution that is right, just, and fair. And don't just think of this as a moral thing. Think of it as you're doing what the law requires you to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Fairleigh Jackson, you can come up, followed by Ms. Kathy Carmichael, Ms. Omaroso. You speaking again? Okay. And that'll be Ms. Merrick Patty.
Point of order. I just want to remind everyone in the audience that we're on a 9:30 clock.
That is correct.
So if we don't get this, there is no vote that happens at 9:30.
That is correct.
Right, and we're aware you didn't want to deal with it anyway. So I think absolutely go into executive session. But I think you need to be careful of what you're talking about in executive session. I mean, this is kind of, I think there's a motion on the table. So I just want to caution that. We've changed agendas and things like that without public comment. So I just really want us to make sure we're following the law and the rules here, which we didn't do with the map. So I encourage you to go into executive session.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. We will have counsel in executive session with us to ensure that all legal matters are handled in an effective manner, in proper manner. Okay? Ms. Kathy Carmichael, you're next, followed by Ms. Patty.
Really quick, I know many of you are new to the board and you were not here during the redistricting process, but it was very lengthy. There were hundreds of public comment. You can go back and watch the YouTube. All of the maps, all 14 of them were on display at the library. All 14 of them were published in the newspaper. Hundreds of people got up at the microphone. Hundreds of people made public comment against an unfair, or for a fair map against an unfair map. And 5 people voted for that map 22 and 4 people didn't from the old school board. So I'm just giving everybody a reminder of how much time and effort your community members, your voters, spent trying to voice the need for a fair map representing our districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and Ms. Patty, you are last.
Thank you very much, Patty Merrick. I'd like to say what you said is very important, and thank you for this. Legally, we need to represent the people that you are for, legally. And you need to legally represent these students. And that does not mean to go back to gerrymandering. Gerrymandering is used when people can outcast who they want to and draw a line where they want to draw a line to eliminate people that they want to eliminate. And it is unfair to have a district that consists of one race. Now, we must tell the truth about what redistricting is about. Let's do what it is called for. Let's make EBR better than what it is. This is a new board. You've been working to do a lot of things. Let's continue to work like you are, unified for the system and for these students. And if you're not going to do it, you need to get off the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Merrick. Okay, seeing no other cue cards at this time, we will now come back to our board. Give each board member a moment if they want to speak on this matter before we vote on it. Okay, seeing no names in the queue, Madam Secretary, before I call for the vote, I'm just going to remind us this is to enter into executive session. I will mark that executive session for 5 minutes tops because we would have to get back out here and have the discussion and then vote on it. Again, this is not to vote in executive session, only to have a discussion amongst the board. Okay, so that's what we're voting on. Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Okay, we're going to enter into a 5-minute executive session. We will be out shortly. The time will be 9:23 when we come back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, executive session has now ended. I'll wait till all board members get back to their seats before we discuss. Okay, there was a substitute motion on the floor to go into executive session. That was put into motion by Mr. Shoney Stewart. We have now concluded that. We come back to the board. The original motion is on the floor to
We actually need, I believe we need an original we need a new motion because the substitute motion replaced the original
That is
motion.
correct.
So we need someone to make a new motion
Okay.
as to the step,
right.
as to the item itself.
Okay, so we need a new motion.
So,
Well, she made the sub.
none. And- Was that the motion you was telling me, the motion?
Yes.
Okay, so, you said it, I don't remember, like, tried to.
So no, okay, so I can't go into discussion about what we talked about in the session, but I will say,
I was trying to not say it, but.
it's okay. If you defer, or if you offer a motion to defer this item without recommendation and the board accepts it, someone can bring an item at the next month's board meeting to address this particular action in a new fashion, if that makes any sense.
Okay,
That's
so
about all I can say.
I
Council, please.
How to word it? So I can do a motion to,
Well, look, I don't believe Ms. Stewart needs to make a motion tonight.
No, she doesn't.
Mr. Martin has made a motion
That's
to
correct.
defer the item to an undetermined time, and you need a second for that
That's
motion.
correct. And that's on the current litigation that is on the floor. That's what we're talking about.
The current item
That's
on the
correct.
floor. Yes.
Yes.
To defer to an undetermined.
And we have a second by Mr. Michael Gode. Now, for the record, let me say this again, just for absolute clarity.
Yeah.
This is for the litigation that is currently on the floor to move without recommendation to a date uncertain. However, if any board member sees fit to bring the motion or bring a new motion to address redistricting, they can next month at the COW. So that's make sure this clear. The motion on the floor is to move the item that talks about the litigation to move it without a vote to a date uncertain. However, any board member can bring a new action item to address redistricting with full board support. Okay, so we have that. We're clear. Okay, then time is now 9:30. Madam Secretary, I'm sorry, we have to go to the board for board comment. Okay, Mr. Nathan Russ said he's good. Okay, we come back to public comment. Are there any public comment cards? Okay, he had to be really fast. Okay, so he said he's good. Okay, and anybody, but come back to the board. There's no board names inside of the queue. Anyone that wants to discuss this with board members after the meeting, you'll absolutely have that option. I promise it'll be fully explained to you. Okay, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Next item up is item J, organizational items. Number 1, announcement of meetings, town hall meeting, listen and learn, to be held on October 24, 2023 from 5:30 to 7 p.m. I'm sorry, Ms. Chatelaine, you're supposed to read this, huh? See, that just show you how much I love you. At Bel Air High School Town Hall meeting, listen and learn, to be held on November 1st, 2023 at 5:30 until 7 p.m. At Woodlawn High School Committee of the Whole, to be held on November 2nd, 2023 at 5 p.m. In Central Office, Town Hall meeting, listen and learn, to be held on November 6th, 2023, 5:30 to 7 p.m. At Glasgow Middle School Town Hall meeting, listen and learn, to be held on November 9th, 2023 from 5:30 to 7 p.m. At Capitol Middle School Town Hall meeting, listen and learn, to be held on November 14, 2023, 5:30 to 7 p.m. At Jefferson Terrace Academy. Town Hall meeting, listen and learn, to be held on November 15th from 5:30 to 7 p.m. At Scotlandville High School. Regular board meeting to be held on November 16, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned. Enjoy your night.